Ladies and gentlemen, we have a quorum, and I call to order the second session of the fall town meeting. I have a couple of comments that I want to make before we, and a couple of motions moving articles around. First, an explanation about sign-up lists. There are two ways to sign up. One is ahead of time, which involves communicating with me, and I make out the speakers lists for each article before town meeting. The other way is to communicate during town meeting with the chat monitor, as you, in circumstances under which you would go to a microphone in an in-person meeting. So there are really two lists, and ordinarily I will go through the list of those who have signed up ahead of time before I get to those who have communicated with the chat monitor. The exception is if we have a great many people signed up ahead of time, I will break for comments from the floor, so to speak. So I hope there's little or no confusion about that at this point. Second comment I want to make is about time limits. And I want you to know that there were several people who exceeded 3 minutes last night, but they were all people who had cleared extra time with me in advance. I'm very liberal about that. And in the future, if you need additional time, all you have to do is ask me, and in all likelihood, I'll give it to you. So once we got through the first couple of speakers, we were pretty good about sticking to the 3-minute regular time limit, and the people who had asked for extra time stayed within their limits. So far, so good. We have two requests to defer articles. Articles 18, 19, and 20. 18 is the voting article. 19 and 20 have to do with the town clerk's position. Harry Friedman of the advisory committee is speaking to both of those, and he will not be here tomorrow evening. So he is moving that we defer Articles 18, 19, and 20 to Monday, the 30th of November, which is the next session after tomorrow evening. That motion is seconded by Mr. Boers, and we will take a vote since town meeting has to approve deferring articles in that manner. So the motion is to defer Articles 18, 19, and 20 to the town meeting session to be held on November 30. And you can start the timing. Okay, the voting period has commenced. Yes, if you approve deferring these articles to November 30, no if you disapprove. And who do we have on the phones? Jones and McNally. All right, I'm going to call out the people that I'm aware of who are on the phone. Arthur Siegel, yes or no? Siegel,
yes.
Okay, thank you. Susan Granoff.
Yes.
Thank you. Rita McNally? I got him. Rita McNally?
McNally, yes.
Thank you. And is Mr. Jones on the line? All right, he's not checked in. So what's the count from you?
172 yes, 5 no, 8 abstentions.
Motion carries by a vote of 175 in favor, 5 opposed, and 8 abstentions. The second request is by Ms. Granoff. Motion to defer Article 13 having to do with the special legislation that her Moderators Committee has worked out. She wishes to defer Article 13 to the first item of business on Thursday evening, tomorrow night. That motion is seconded by Ms. Cohen, Susan Cohen. And your motion is to defer Article 13 to be considered first thing Thursday evening, tomorrow night. Yep. Okay, the voting period is commenced. Yes, if you agree with that deferral. No, if you're opposed, and abstain if you're abstaining. Mr. Siegel? Okay, he's now in the meeting? Okay. Ms. Granoff, yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McNally, yes or no?
McNally, yes.
What's the count?
173 yes, 7 no, 13 abstentions.
13. Motion carries by a vote of 175 in favor, 7 opposed, and 13 abstentions.
Mr. Moderator, Harry Friedman has a point of privilege.
Mr. Friedman? Question of privilege?
Yes, Mr. Moderator, Harry Friedman, Precinct 12. I just wanted to make clear, I will be in attendance tomorrow night if I can. However, I'm not going to be in any position to read my speeches, which is why I asked for the delay. And I just don't want people to be misled when they see my name on the screen tomorrow night as an attendee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, our first item of warrant business is the advisory committee's resolution under Article 1 of the Special Town Meeting 2, which I have just convened. So we will hear first from Mr. Warren, who, wonder of wonders, has worked out a compromise that's been accepted by both the advisory committee unanimously and by the petitioners. It's going to be a markup of the petitioner's version of the of the resolution, which will be shown on your screens. So you're going to have to pay careful attention. Mr. Warren will walk you through details changes in the petitioner's motion. Mr. Warren?
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me, Mr. Moderator? Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Could you turn up the
So
volume a little?
my volume?
No, you're okay. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm usually not a problem for me. First, I do want to thank the petitioners, Deb Brown, Bonnie Bashan, and Arthur Conquest, for their willingness to go through a process of finding a compromise. And also to my colleagues on the advisory committee for their willingness as well. When it came right down to it, the gap between the two versions was not that much. And just through some conversation and some willingness to keep our eye on the most important thing, which is to help those who are most vulnerable, we were able to find a compromise. So what you have on the screen, I know that my colleagues in town meeting were very concerned about the versions that they were seeing. There's a lot of versions around. What you're looking at is the petitioner's amendment to the advisory committee's amendment. And so I'm going to walk you through that. The changes are to their amendment and they'll be in red. The first thing that I do want that's really important to pay attention to is, if you notice the anti-aid amendment whereas clause, which we've had a lot of conversation about, that has been struck from this motion, and everybody is in agreement on that. I'm going to stop here for a second and just let you take a moment to read this. But this is, you probably have seen this in your packet or the email that Mike Sandman sent out, and Sandy and Bonnie last night. The language is the same as the petitioner's article. So I'm going to ask Ben to go on to the next slide. And if someone feels like they need to go back, maybe they could chat to Ben and let him know that. Could you go to the next slide, please? So these are additional whereas clauses. Again, I don't think necessarily I want to read them as you have seen them in your packet, your supplemental packet. But I will leave them. There's no change to the petitioner's motion here, but I'm going to leave it on the screen for just, maybe I am going to leave it on the screen for a minute and let the town meeting members read that. Okay, if we want to go to the next slide. So this is where the first set of changes are. When you looked at the differences between the two, one of the key things that we had been talking about was naming the reserve fund in the motion. And there was a lengthy discussion about whether the reserve fund should be named. We came up with a compromise where we removed the reference to the reserve fund, but we kept in other possible funds. So this does not prevent in the future if the select board, which is actually directing the work here and will make advice, they could choose to do something from the reserve fund, but it's not named in the petition. And there was a lot of discussion about that last night as to why, and I'd rather not go over that again, but it's important to note that it's come out, and we're not just limiting it to CARES funds, which was the advisory committee's recommendation. It's CARES funds and other funds. That's the first thing. We've also added in, which was a significant concern, rightly so, that we look at what's going on at the BHA and look at the issues that are happening there and come up with a plan, if need be, to fill those gaps, to make sure that they have safe and healthy homes. The third component here, item number 3, was in both of our versions, which had to do with addressing remote access for students in Brookline housing and others as well. And again, we just removed the word reserve, but everything else is the same. We're going to go to the next slide. And then the last is item here is working with the food pantry to look at capital investments such as refrigeration and food delivery vehicles, etc. Again, there's no change here with the petitioner's version. So again, I want to emphasize that we think that this is an excellent compromise. I think this level of compromise and participation and cooperation between the petitioner's advisory is an excellent thing for town meeting, frankly. And I do want to thank all parties involved. I do want to mention that by a vote of 23-0, that's unanimous for the advisory committee that the advisory voted in favor of this compromise motion. So with that, I'm going to stop my comments. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Okay, I'm going to call on speakers who have signed up before this compromise was reached. And you can speak to whatever you wish or not speak at all. So in order, Mr. Lescoyer. Lescohier.
Okay, good. I suspected it was the wrong person or something like that. Mr. Moderator, it's David Lescohier, Precinct 11, and I had prepared two questions. The second one has become moot as a result of this compromise, which is great news. So I'll just restrict myself to the first question. And I wanted to say that it wasn't really fair to say you have been 4 months late. Since April, petitioners have been fundraising and distributing food and financial aid. They have become alarmed that despite their efforts and even including the assistance of the town that the town has already provided, still food insecurity is increasing. This budget amendment is a cry for help, a last resort, and the outcome today is very gratifying. Everyone wants to hold their heads high going forward. Let's close ranks on an additional very positive $300,000 step in the right direction with appreciation for the fine efforts of the advisory committee and the select board. My question, since town meeting members have ultimate responsibility for the purse strings, could there be a better, more responsive way for town meeting members to be engaged, especially now?
Well, I'm not quite sure who is equipped to respond to that. Mr. Warren, do you have any suggestions?
Possibly the chair of the select board.
I'd be happy to share my thoughts on this, David. I do appreciate the question. As you know, we had a lot of discussion around warrant Article 32 and 33, and I think that those warrant articles get at the heart of the matter, especially Article 33, at the process by which we go through to set the budget and elicit participation from not only the public, but I also think being inviting early on to town meeting, as opposed to, as you know, because you were on advisory, having it come to us at the last minute and then inviting people in. So to answer your question, I think Article 33 and the work that was done there with you and others is really a great place to start to get town meeting more involved earlier. as well as the public.
Thank you for the segue. It's coming up on another night.
And that segue works because the next speaker is Mr. Green of the Board of Selectmen, and perhaps he can spend a little of his time addressing your question, Mr. Lescoyer. Mr. Green.
I'll try to begin to address Mr. Lescoyer's question. First of all, I think that the compromise that we have before us is a very good compromise. It addresses all my concerns, and I think the concerns of many other people. By way of addressing Mr. Lescoyer's question, maybe not directly, I'd like to just say that, let no one doubt that the town and the select board is very responsive to the needs of our vulnerable populations, while at the same time juggling a bunch of other balls to address the needs of other aspects of town governance, including other vulnerable populations or overlapping vulnerable populations. For example, making sure that we provide financial support to the schools, which, remember, serve in many ways, including food distribution, many vulnerable students and their families. So, we're open to any ideas in terms of better ways of addressing these problems, ways of finding additional sources of revenue for this. And I think it's important that people, not view the select board or other institutions of town as, in opposition to efforts to assist vulnerable populations. I think there's the tendency to view us as I don't want to use the word enemy, but let's see, view us as not on the same side as they are. But, we just have to make sure that all of our responsibilities as town leaders are addressed, and that we juggle the balls that we have before us in a way that doesn't cause any of them to drop, to use a stupid metaphor.
Okay, you have 1 minute.
I'm finished.
Okay. Mr. Levine?
Hi, Sam Levine, Precinct 6. I have a point of order regarding a violation of our general conduct and conventions of town meeting. There are several longstanding traditions that there are no political demonstrations or activities, no political signs, banners, flags, or badges, and overt expressions of opposition will not be tolerated. And there are many people with backgrounds that I think fall into one or more of those categories. I would ask that they be taken down so we can focus on the issues at hand.
Well, I hadn't noticed them, but you're correct. And the background to a Zoom picture is just as likely to violate that kind of concept as a big badge or a flag. So please be cognizant of that if you're speaking at our town meeting. Mr. Gaishak?
Mr. Moderator,
Yeah.
Mike Offner has raised a point of order.
Mr. Offner? OFFNER.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe that that any kind of attempt to prohibit expressions of solidarity with Deborah Brown would be content-based prohibitions, almost certainly in violation of the First Amendment of the United States Constitution, as well as the Massachusetts Constitution, as well as possibly Section 1983, deprivation of rights under color of law. We have debated these legal issues in the past regarding to the badge rule, and there was considerable literature suggesting that the badge rule itself was unconstitutional. Now we have something that is not even a badge, so it's not clear it's relevant to the handbook. But I'm pretty sure that any kind of attempt to restrict background saying I stand with Deborah Brown would violate the United States Constitution and the Massachusetts Constitution.
Mr. Gayshock?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. David Gayshock, Precinct 13. I too stand with Deborah Brown. I appreciate and want to recognize the petitioners and the advisory committee for working further today to reach this compromise. And I was wondering, since Mr. Warren kindly laid out the compromise, if Ms. Brown would like to add any words from her perspective as to what town meeting members now should do in terms of their votes.
Ms. Brown?
Good
Ms.
evening.
Brown is not busting into the queue. She's been asked a question and we're asking her to respond to it. Ms. Brown?
Yes, Deborah Brown, town meeting member, precinct 1. You know, if we can just vote on this final deal that we've got on the table, I think everybody gets what everybody needs. Most importantly, we get to go to the process of figuring out how we get money to our most vulnerable people. $300,000 is a large sum of money that would not have otherwise gotten to these folks. So it's a good day. We'll have a conversation with BHA, which wasn't otherwise in the agreement. So I think that's an improvement. And the anti-aid language is out, which was very problematic for me. So it's a good agreement. People worked hard. And I think it's a responsible action for town meeting to approve so that we can get about the business of the work. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, the question has been called. I was about to call on Mr. Conquest, and I'll hear from him, and then we'll take a motion for the question. Mr. Conquest?
Okay, there we go. Sorry. Mr. Moderator?
Yes,
I'm going to
you're
take,
fine.
I'm almost positive that I'll be 3 minutes or under, so you won't have to say 1 minute. Is that okay?
I won't, but identify yourself before you
Okay,
start.
I will. I absolutely will. Arthur Conquest, town meeting member, precinct 6. I made the following comments to precinct 6 town meeting members Sunday past during our community engagement meeting, and I'd like to repeat it here. Quote, "There can be no keener revelations of a society's soul than the way in which it treats its children," unquote, said Nelson Mandela. Everyone in this country has the right to a standard of living adequate for health and well-being of him and or herself and their families, including decent food, clothing, housing, medical care, and the necessary social services, and the right to security in the event of unemployment, sickness, like the present pandemic, disability, old age, or other lack of livelihoods in the circumstances beyond their control. It is not the fault of children that they were born into our society economically and socially disadvantaged, and they should not suffer or be punished 1 single inch, letter, especially in a prosperous community such as ours, which I understand is considered the 10th most desirable community in America. I can share with you my personal experiences of being raised in one of the most poverty-deprived communities in the continental United States, East Harlem, New York City. While growing up, my next door neighbor had 21 children. 20 of them slept in 2 tiny bedrooms. They survived on 1 decent meal a day, a free lunch provided by Public School 57 in our neighborhood. How can children adequately function in an educational environment without decent nutrition? And for this community not to provide for these children is sadly shameful. This should not be who we are. Rules, regulations, laws, and policies be damned, and which should absolutely be violated. I couldn't begin to list the number of mental, physical, and social ramifications that affect children who are damaged as a result of nutritional deficiencies when they aren't properly fed, and again, through absolutely no fault of their own. And finally, this year's 2020 Nobel Peace Prize was awarded to the World Food Program. Let Brookline follow their footsteps. I support Deborah Brown, Bonnie Bastien's, and my budget amendment, and I sincerely hope that you will too. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Conquest. Now, we have before us a motion that's been agreed to by all of the parties, and all of whom are to be congratulated, although at the last minute, it succeeded in pulling together all of the constituent parties here. I will take a motion for the question. Is there a second? Motion has been seconded. Before we vote, I have the following people signed up to speak, presumably in favor of the compromise motion: Jonathan Davis, Raul Fernandez, Ann Weaver, and Mark Levy. So this is a
Mr. Moderator, there's some additional people on that list last night that we preserved.
and they are
Megan Levine
Megan Levine,
and Len Cooley.
sorry,
Len,
Ben Hooley. Well, actually, the 2 of them have declined to speak
okay.
today. So, all right, we're ready for a vote. This is to terminate debate. It's not a vote on the motion itself. And we're in the countdown. It takes a 2/3 vote. All right, Ms. Granoff,
Yes.
yes. Ms. McNally,
McNally, yes.
and the count.
We got 192 yes, 25 no, 10 abstentions.
Motion carries by a vote of 194 in favor, 25 opposed, and 10 abstentions. We now turn to the compromise motion that Mr. Warren explained. And this requires just a majority vote, and you can start the count whenever you're.
That's the Brown amendment, correct?
This is Brown amendment. All right, the timing has started. Yes, if you approve the compromise motion resolution. No, if you oppose it. Okay, Ms. Granoff,
Yes.
Ms. McNally,
Yes, McNally.
count.
224 yes, 1 no, 5 abstentions.
Motion carries by a vote of 226 in favor, 1 opposed, and 5 abstentions. Thank you very much, and congratulations again to the advisory committee and the petitioners. I now call for a vote to dissolve the special town meeting number 2. Having completed all of the business on the warrant for that meeting, this is a motion to dissolve. And this will not be a recorded vote. This is a motion to dissolve as special town meeting number 2, having completed its business. I seconded the motion, by the way. Uh, All right, Ms. Granoff,
Yes.
Ms. McNally,
McNally, yes.
and Mr. Jones. And Mr. Jones, you need only respond with a yes or a no. We know who you are.
Mr. Moderator, I can't respond with a yes or no because I've been unable to vote because for the second night in a row, I've been given a wrong series of numbers to phone in. I've been sitting here at home trying to get into the meeting with wrong numbers, and the helpline is not answering. But when I finally got through to the helpline, they gave me the right numbers. So all the roll calls I've missed, I could have made those roll calls if only I had been given the right numbers. Now, my concern about this whole situation is this discrimination against elderly people, handicapped people, or simply Welsh people? But in this case, I vote yes.
Thank you. We sympathize with your plight, and we're doing our best. Yes, what's the count?
215 yes, 1 no, 3 abstentions.
So the motion carries by a vote of 218 in favor, 1 opposed, 3 abstentions. I declare the special town meeting 2 dissolved and convene special town meeting 1. And we turn to Article 3. The main motion under Article 3 of special town meeting number 1 is on page 3-3, that the town rescind the bond authorization for the Driscoll School in the amount of $4 million, moved by Ms. Benka, seconded by Mr. Green. Ms. Benka.
Carla Benka, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 13, speaking for the Advisory Committee. Some version of Article 3 makes an appearance every year because it's a requirement of the town's bylaws. The first part of the article is simply an FYI and deals with closing out accounts with unspent special appropriations, essentially projects that have received capital improvement funds in the past. No action by town meeting is required since the town's comptroller has the authority to close out the unexpended balances in these accounts. The unspent funds will be transferred to free cash as required by state statute. The second part of Article 3 involves rescission of a previous bond authorization, and for this, town meeting action is required. The advisory committee recommends that the $4 million bond authorization issued in 2018, essentially to replace the HVAC system at the Driscoll School, be rescinded. Since the process of designing and building a new Driscoll School is now underway, that $4 million is no longer needed. Rescinding the authorization will free up debt service capacity for other bonded capital projects. By a vote of 24-1, the advisory committee recommends favorable action on the motion found on page 3-3 of the combined reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Green.
Sorry. The select board, Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board. The Select Board voted favorable action on the rescission of the Driscoll bond authorization by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you. And Mr. White, did you want to ask a question about this item? George White. Well, I guess the answer is no. So we'll proceed to a vote on
The answer is indeed no.
Thank you, sir. On the motion on page 3-3, and this will be a recorded vote. You can start the timing. Main motion, Article 3. Timing has started. Yes, if you support the motion. No, if you are against it, and abstain if you're abstaining. The voting period is lapsed. Mr. Jones, yes or no?
Mr. Moderator, no.
Mr. Jones, no. Ms. Granoff?
Yes.
Ms. McNally?
Yes. McNally.
Thank you. Count.
22 yes, 1 no, 3 abstentions.
Motion carries by a vote of 224 in favor, 2 opposed, and 3 abstentions. Now turn to Article 4. Excuse me. Article 4 is the annual payment of unpaid bills. There being no unpaid bills before us, there is no motion offered under Article 4, and we proceed to Article 5. Motion is on the top of page 5-2, moved by Mr. Fernandez, seconded by Ms. Stamfer, to that the town accept the stabilization fund legislation in the words of the motion at the top of page 5-2. Mr. Fernandez.
Raul Fernandez for a unanimous select board.
The town has begun to appropriate host community payments to departmental budgets to address the cost imposed upon the town by marijuana operations. The projected mitigation payments are anticipated to be in excess of these preliminary recommendations. As the town develops more experience in this new industry, there'll be additional recommendations that can be addressed. Marijuana legislation allows the town to create a stabilization fund that provides a mechanism for the town to dedicate these payments to a special fund for later appropriation for particular purposes. The board anticipates that the Cannabis Mitigation Advisory Committee would develop spending proposals for town meeting to consider. So this article asks town meeting to dedicate these host community payments to a special purpose stabilization fund. HCA payments currently go to the general fund. Establishing this fund will allow the funds to accrue in the stabilization fund until there is a recommendation on an appropriation. The board understands that the threshold for making appropriations from this fund is higher with a 2/3 vote required, but feels that the recommendations for mitigation activity will be supported by the recommendation of the Cannabis Mitigation Advisory Committee and will also go through the annual town meeting vetting process. So a unanimous select board voted favorable action on this motion and encourages you to do the same.
Thank you, Ms. Stanford. Stampfer.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Claire Stanford, Precinct 5, speaking for the Unanimous Advisory Committee. Currently, any HCA funds not appropriated to a specific department fall to free cash at the end of the fiscal year. To dedicate a revenue source to a stabilization fund, town meeting must vote to designate the revenue source, dedicate a minimum of 25% of the revenue source, and identify the fund into which the revenue is being deposited. The Marijuana Mitigation Stabilization Fund provides such a mechanism in which the town may save funds for later allocation as needs are recognized. The Cannabis Mitigation Advisory Committee is tasked with developing proposals for town meeting to consider for funding. The revenue source is the host community agreement fees collected under Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 94G, Section 3D, to the Marijuana Mitigation Stabilization Fund, which was established under MGL Chapter 40, Section 5B. The law requires that at least 25% of the fees collected and allows for as much as 100% of the fees collected to be deposited in this fund. Town meetings vote to dedicate the monies to this fund must take place before July 1st of the fiscal year and requires a 2/3 majority. Once the fund has been in effect for at least 3 fiscal years, the fund may be terminated by a 2/3 vote of town meeting. If the fund is not established, then the unallocated monies go into free cash and will need to be appropriated the following year. In fiscal year 2020, $1,730,656 was collected and $867,660 appropriated. In FY 2021, $644,859 is collected to date, and $1,051,556 has been appropriated. The petitioner's recommendation is to dedicate all of the HCA-derived funding to the stabilization fund, which would make the fund be in effect for FY 22. The FY 21 funds have been appropriated to specific departments with the HCA reserve account established to capture the anticipated balance. If the reserve account is not spent, it will also fall to free cash. Free cash will also be the funding source for FY 22 appropriations. This allows FY 22 HCA payments to accrue in the new fund. The fund's monies would be available for appropriation in FY 23, and from that time would be the sole source for funding the proposals of the Cannabis Mitigation Advisory Committee. By a vote of 22-0 with no abstentions, the advisory committee recommends favorable action on the motion offered by the select board.
Thank you, Ms. Pelkey.
Hello, Linda Olson-Pelkey, Precinct 2. My question is, can someone inform us as to the terms of the host community agreement in terms of the length of applicability and possibly the rate at which the two businesses in town are paying that fee?
Ms. Franconi, do you have that information?
No, with town council.
Town council, Ms. Murphy.
Sorry about that. I believe this question is best answered by First Assistant Town Council, Patty Correa. So could you please ask the question again, because she may not have been.
All right, Ms. Correa, listen up. Ms. Pelkey, ask your question again, please.
Am I unmuted? Yes, okay. Yeah, Linda Olson-Pelkey, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 2. My question was, what are the lengths of time period for each of the HCAs? How often do they get renewed, and where are we in the staging with the two dispensaries that we have in town? And also, what rate is the payment of mitigation funds based on sales?
Ms. Correa?
I didn't expect it was going to happen. I think they'll
You're on. Unmute yourself and go ahead and speak. Go ahead, Ms. Correa.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question. Very sorry.
Well, I can't repeat the question, but Ms. Pelkey will repeat it, and please listen up this time.
Yeah, hi. Again, Linda Olson-Pelkey, Precinct 2. My question is, I'm just trying to understand the length of the term for each of the HCA agreements. For instance, I'm wondering when they get renewed, and if they're if they're probably on staggered timing with each of the two shops. And also, is the mitigation fee, what is the rate that is charged for that? So I'm assuming it's some percentage of sales.
Yes.
And okay.
Yeah. So that we have two ACAs currently, or actually we have 4 ACAs, but we have 2 licenses out of those. And so obviously there are only 2 operating businesses, Netta and Sanctuary. And the terms are for 5 years. They were signed at different times. I believe that Netta was signed in April of 2018, and Sanctuary, I believe, was signed in November of 2019. But of course, the impact fees and so forth start when they open. And so Netta began, it had a prior ACA because of medical, and then when it opened for recreational, I believe those sales began, it might have been in July or so of 2018. Sanctuary opened for business, I believe over the summer, I believe. And the rate is, I believe, we are doing I believe it's a 3% that is permitted by law, if I recall.
Thank you. Ms. Priestley?
Hi, Zena Priestley, Precinct 4. So I just had a question, a clarifying question. So are we discussing the funds that are like going to be allocated for just 2022? if we vote on this, or is it for 2021 in the free cash? Like, is the free cash funds available for like BHA currently, or are we talking about the future only?
Ms. Goff?
Good evening, Melissa Goff, Deputy Town Administrator. So what we're voting on is the mechanism to establish a fund that then when we receive funds in fiscal 22, those funds would then be able to accrue into the stabilization account. So we're not appropriating money with this motion. We are simply creating a fund to accrue the money that we receive from these agreements.
And town meeting appropriates the money out of the fund?
Correct. It would require an appropriation, which we would have at our annual town meeting as a recommendation.
Thank you. I think we're ready for the motion on page 5-2. This is main motion, Article 5. Go ahead. Time period has started. Yes, if you favor the motion on page 5-2, no if you're opposed. Voting period is terminated. Mr. Jones?
Yes. Gary,
Ms. Granoff?
Yes.
Ms. McNally?
McNally, yes.
What's the count?
222 yes, 1 no, 3 abstentions.
Motion carries by a vote of 225 in favor, 1 opposed, and 3 abstentions. Article 6. There's no motion offered under Article 6, but it was a petition filed by Donnell O'Neill, and he would like to offer a few remarks concerning body cameras, and this is not intended to reopen the discussion, which was quite extensive, that we had under the police budget under Article 2, but I've permitted Mr. O'Neill to say a few words to town meeting under his article. Mr. O'Neill.
Don O'Neill Sr., Brookline Town Meeting Member, Precinct 4. Thank you, Mr. Murray, for letting me speak. So, last night we voted overwhelmingly to negotiate the implementation of body cameras under the FY20 contract with the police union. Negotiation table, like the select board, our town administrator, town council, and the police union, need to negotiate in good faith. I have complete confidence that those at the negotiating table will listen to the concerns and hold a public forum before negotiations are complete. I know there's a lot of concerns about policies and implementation of the cameras and who puts them out, but I am completely confident that there's going to be a lot of discussion about when the cameras come out and who turns them on and the privacy issues, the police abusing the cameras. I think all this is going to be hashed out. I know all this will be hashed out before the negotiations are complete. So I just want everybody to please just have some faith in those at the table. and understand that they're listening, and they're gonna be they'll be waiting for more public comment, and just have some faith, you guys. All right, this is a tool that's needed. The police understand that, they wanted it as well, even when as far as to add GPS to it. So all I'm asking is just have some faith. I believe in those bodies, and in the people that are going to be at the table discussing this. I understand, and they know that this is very important to a lot of people in town. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. We proceed now to Article 7. Motion under Article 7, the main motion is on page 7-4 over to 7-5. It's an amendment of the Affordable Housing Requirements Zoning Bylaw, requires a 2/3 vote, moved by Mr. Fernandez, seconded by Mr. Sandman. Mr. Fernandez.
Raul Fernandez once again for a unanimous select board with one board member absent during our vote. I'm so sorry. Okay, Article 7 seeks to amend Section 4.08 of the town zoning bylaw in order to increase production of and resources for new affordable housing by proposing the following specific changes. First, the minimum number of units in a project that triggers an affordable housing obligation under this section would be reduced from 6 to 4. The size range of projects that provides for an optional contribution to the Brookline Housing Trust is expanded from 6 to 15 to 4 to 19 total units. The number of net new units within a project that would trigger an affordable housing obligation is reduced from 6 to 1 net new unit. And the maximum household income that defines affordable housing for owner-occupied affordable units is increased from 100% to 120% of the area median income. In effect, this really expands the scope and in many ways the impact of our inclusionary zoning bylaw. These are modest changes from my perspective, but still a step in the right direction. Related to these proposed changes and at the HAB's request in August of 2020, the planning board approved an increase in the existing developer fee schedule under the current bylaw and supporting guidelines, cash payments in lieu of affordable units. This warrant article submitted by Roger Blood, chair of the Housing Advisory Board, and signed by all of the HAB members was developed in response to a thorough analytical review of the town's inclusionary zoning bylaw by the HAB, with professional support from planning development staff, as well as real estate financial consultant Pam McKinney. This review was undertaken to determine if and how the bylaw could be amended to take advantage of changing economic conditions, to create more affordable housing resources without disincentivizing housing production by imposing uneconomic requirements on new development. Once again, the select board voted unanimously favorable action on this motion.
Thank you. Ms. Levin? Ellie, yes.
Good evening, Carol Levin, member at large of the advisory committee. The AC supports the goal of creating additional resources to address the need for affordable housing in Brookline. We believe that warrant Article 7 will have that effect by increasing the funds available to the Affordable Housing Trust and by encouraging the development of additional affordable housing units. Warrant Article 7 will accomplish this primarily in 3 ways. The first, as was previously described, by broadening the range of projects that will be subject to the affordable housing requirements from the current 6 to 15 units to 4 to 19 units. Secondly, by modifying and clarifying how the affordable housing requirements will be applied to existing units in a project which is undergoing renovation and/or expansion. The results will be a minimum of a single net new unit will trigger an affordable housing requirement. Finally, by creating a new workforce housing category of income qualification definitions applicable to owner-occupied affordable units. As was noted, the income limit is being raised, the income limit cap, is being raised to 120% of the Boston area median income versus the 100% cap, which will remain in place for rental units. Though the magnitude of the impact of these changes on both revenues flowing into the trust fund and the number of new units being constructed cannot be forecast, the AC agrees with the petitioner that the impact will be a positive one. By a vote of 25-0 with 2 abstentions, the AC recommends favorable action on warrant Article 7. Thank you.
Thank. I'm not going to take a motion for the question at this time. Mr. Heiken? Heikin. Planning
Thank you,
Board.
Mr. Moderator. Steve Heiken, Chair of the Planning Board, and also the Planning Board's representative to the Housing Advisory Board. I think Mr. Fernandez and Ms. Levin outlined well the purpose of this warrant article. I just want to add that in terms of the fee increase, which is not something that town meeting needed to vote on, but the Planning Board did need to approve, the numbers that were generated were looked at very carefully by the HABS real estate consultant, Pam McKinney. She ran dozens of pro formas to verify, as Mr. Fernandez said, that the fee increase in terms of cash alternative payments would not chill the development of affordable housing. And just one other point I might clarify, when the scope of projects was expanded from 6 to 15 to 4 to 19, meaning that we now would be looking at projects that have as few as 4 units in total. The idea that only 1 unit would be involved in creating an affordable housing fee is an example. Someone has a triple decker and redevelops it and adds a new unit in the basement or on the top floor. That 1 unit would be subject to a fee, not the entire project, only net new units that are created. So from the HABS perspective and from the Planning Board's perspective, we think this is a really useful update to the HABS inclusionary zoning guidelines and fee structure. It hasn't been updated for over 15 years, and the Planning Board unanimously recommends favorable action on warrant Article 7.
Thank you, Mr. Blood. Mr. Blood, you're unmuted. So you may have to click on your own mute button on your screen. Well, why don't you start speaking and see if you come through? Okay, Mr. Blood, while you try to figure out what's going on with your computer system, I'll call on Malcolm Doldren. Doldron.
Malcolm Doldren, town meeting member, precinct 6, speaking for unanimous CDICR. Warrant Article 7 aims to increase affordable housing options in town by increasing funds in the town's housing trust, by expanding the fee schedule for developer contributions to the affordable housing trust, and creating a new category of workforce affordable housing. Commissioners unanimously supported this warrant article as it would lead to increased resources for affordable housing, while underscoring that this is only one of the many changes that need to take place to increase affordable housing in Brookline. Therefore, the commission voted favorable action on the warrant article, and we hope that you all do the same.
Thank you, Mr. Blood. Are you with us this time?
I
Did we reach Article 7 already? I just left for a moment.
Go ahead.
Article 7.
Yes.
So Article 7.
Who are you? Who are you?
I'm Roger Blood, Chair of the Housing Advisory Board. Article 7 has been brought by all members of the Housing Advisory Board, and it would amend Section 4.8 of the zoning bylaw, which deals with inclusionary zoning. Inclusionary zoning was adopted in Brookline over 30 years ago, along with the creation of the HAB and the Affordable Housing Trust. Inclusionary zoning triggers an affordable housing obligation for developers of multifamily housing to produce affordable housing units either directly or indirectly. This amendment to the bylaw results from a HAB-initiated review, which began in November 2018, and this review has included a development of a conceptual plan by the HAB to strengthen our existing inclusionary zoning program and bylaw, the engagement of real estate, finance, and land use consultant Pam McKinney to review the HAB's conceptual plan and to test and validate assumptions and preliminary recommendations, and a series of public meetings, receipt of public input throughout the process, leading to the preparation of this warrant article. Article 7 before you is the second of a four-step process. The first was to increase developer charges under our existing table of fees, and a 1/3 fee increase for developers to the trust recommended by HAB was approved by the planning board in August of 2020. That did not require a bylaw change. This Article 7 will expand the range of projects that are subject to an affordable housing contribution. That's the second step. The third step is if warrant Article 7 is approved, we would return the HAB to the planning board for approval of the higher fees to the expanded base of projects, which would become subject to an affordable housing contribution.
You have 1 minute.
The fourth step I will skip. That's bringing another article back in the spring. A couple of key features of the article. The minimum project size subject to an affordable housing contribution would be reduced from 6 to 4 and would be reduced further so that a single incremental unit in an existing 3-unit project, taking it to 4, would trigger an obligation. The range of the units in a project subject to the fee for developer contribution would be expanded from the current 6 to 15 up to a range of 4 to 19. And the goal is for very much needed increased revenue near term to the Affordable Housing Trust. Finally, this article allows for HAB to differentiate for the first time the range of eligible incomes for developers of affordable housing under inclusionary zoning.
Please conclude, sir.
A difference between owner-occupied and rental affordable housing, and I will skip the details on that and answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lescoyer.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I have, first of all, I want to say I really welcome this warrant article, and I hope town meeting will vote favorable action. It's another step towards increasing resources for affordable housing. My question is, how much? I heard from Carol Levine that apparently that information isn't available, but did HAB or any of the players maybe ask Pat McKinney to go back a few years and apply these new standards to the prior projects, and maybe from that be able to project at least some rough idea about the additional resources that are likely to be available over coming years? Thank you.
So, Mr. Blood, can you hazard a response to Mr. Lescoyer?
It was really not possible under the circumstances of market changes and inability to predict if and when developments of different sizes would come before the HAB for approval, and that would trigger a fee. We know that the portion of projects that drew fees off of our schedule would have been a third higher, but Most of the income that came in was from very large projects that were negotiated, like Newberry and Waldo Durgan. So the past experience, as they say, would not be any predictor of future guides. It's not something we can budget really or project. But
Sorry,
there'll be
Mr.
more.
Liscoye. Okay, I have no more speakers signed up or in the queue, so we turn to a vote on the main motion under Article 7 on page 7-4 over to 7-5. Requires a 2/3 vote, and the voting period has started. Yes, if you're in favor of the motion on page 7-4, no if you're opposed, abstain if you're abstaining. Okay, the voting period is terminated. Mr. Jones?
Gary Jones, Precinct 3, votes yes.
Ms. Granoff?
Yes.
Ms. McNally?
McNally, yes.
Count.
219 yes, 1 no, 4 abstentions.
Motion carries by a vote of 222 in favor, 1 opposed, and 4 abstentions. Now turn to Article 8. The main motion under Article 8 is best found on page 8-12. The Advisory Committee motion to increase the membership of the Brookline Housing HAB. And there's one change motion goes over to page 8-13, and you will strike the last paragraph entitled alternate member. So the motion is just one paragraph providing for 9 trustees, 6 appointed by the select board, 2 of whom shall be lower moderate income tenants. That's moved by Ms. Hamilton, seconded by Mr. Wyszynski. I'm sorry, this motion is on page 8-12 over to page 8-13. So the paragraph that's stricken is on page 8-13. There is an amendment offered by Mr. O'Neill, seconded by Mr. Ananian, found on page 8-2. And the amendment would increase the number of trustees from 9 to 10, would increase the number appointed by the select board from 6 to 7, and increase the number of lower moderate income tenants from 2 to 3. So those 3 changes will constitute an amendment of the main motion. Should be voted on first. I call on Ms. Hamilton. Moved by Mr. O'Neill and seconded by Mr. Ananian. Ms. Hamilton.
Thank you. Heather Hamilton speaking for a majority select board. Warrant Article 8, as amended by the AC, puts forward a proposal to increase the overall membership of the Housing Advisory Board from its current 8 members to 9 members that would include 2 seats exclusively reserved for low and moderate income. One of those seats is held by a resident of Brookline Housing Authority. This proposal also incorporates many of the original components of the warrant article as submitted by the petitioners, adding sustainability as a desired skill set, a commitment to community engagement, racial and ethnic diversity, and low and moderate income. The Housing Advisory Board felt very strongly that going from 9 members to 10 members makes extra work for staff, will increase the length of the meetings, and make it difficult to get work done. The Select Board found their arguments to be compelling. I personally believe this warrant article demonstrates a conflation between the mission of the HAB and the mission of the Housing Authority. The mission of the HAB is to promote the preservation and creation of housing, which is affordable to low, moderate, and upper moderate income households. With this goal, it studies and provides guidance to town staff and boards regarding Brookline's housing needs, policies, programs, and zoning tools. It requires very specific technical skills, including legal, finance, land use planning, grant funding, and most importantly, zoning. The mission of the Brookline Housing Authority is to provide low-income families, seniors, and people of all abilities with safe, decent, accessible, and affordable places to live in, a community rich with opportunities. I will also argue that being a strong supporter of affordable housing is not a substitute for technical skills that helps the HAB achieve its mission of leveraging monies to help finance projects. The HAB is not the authority, nor is it a community development corporation. Its role is to advise where to make investments with the Housing Trust Fund. Please
You have 1
vote
minute.
favorable action on the main motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. O'Neill?
Hello, Donnell O'Neill, Senior again, town meeting member precinct 4. The reason why I presented the amendment was the alternate language in itself put tenants from housing in a category that I feel that we deserve to be in. Speaking for myself. I understand the technical advisor's position on it, but I also understand the need for the person who's mostly impacted by the decisions that are being made by the HAB deserve to have an equal amount of not just say, but an equal a vote. And so the increase to the 10 membership and increasing the number from 2 to 3 would allow the technical advisors to still do what they need to do. It just gives Roger a little bit more work that he has to do, and I don't feel that's a good enough excuse. So please be in favor of the increase to 10, although it's going to give the HAB a little bit more work that they need to do, but it also will allow the tenants who are mostly impacted by the decisions that are made by HAB a real voice at the table that will be counted. Thank you. That's all I need. That's all I want to say.
Thank you. Mr. Blood?
Peter Blood, Chair of the Housing Advisory Board. As Select Board Member Hamilton mentioned, the HAB has worked with the petitioners to include in this article all of their stated goals, and the language is something that I think we're all very positive about. And so the only question that seems to remain with the main motion that's been supported, or the amendment that's offered, is the members and the representative of tenants at the table at the Housing Advisory Board. I think every member of the HAB welcomes that presence and that voice, and now those voices at the table, and they certainly add to the discussion and the perception of what needs to be done. We really have the question, and I don't think it reduces just to how much work I have or the staff has. It is important in the way the HAB operates in dealing with a lot of third parties to have a discussion with those parties and an exchange of information to arrive at the best possible outcomes to create and preserve affordable housing as those opportunities are brought before us. There are issues. They're not earth-shaking about the quorums being increased yet again for meetings that have to conduct business that we never want to have short of a quorum. I would add quickly that there are 115 local housing trusts, such as what we do at the HAB in the state. We are proudly the only one that has a bylaw and has from the beginning a requirement for tenant, low and moderate income tenant representation at the table. It's worked. We've welcomed it. We think it's a good idea to expand it and double it at this point to two members. The proponents of the article, I think understand and respect where they're trying to achieve with the added voices. They really have never articulated in any specific way what it is that the HAB might have done better or should do better or should do differently in the future than we have done. And I would hope that we might expand this to 9, which is widely considered to be the upper end of what's a good limit for the size of boards that have this kind of responsibility. If we do that now, and there's concerns that are raised that we're still considered or not considered doing what we're supposed to, or should be doing things better, that so be it. We could come back and revisit it. But in all the public process and all the hearings that I've attended with the petitioners, that question has been asked of the petitioners a couple of times, but it really has not been answered in any specific way. So I guess I would leave at that and ask if the town meeting would please vote for the article as supported by the HAB and the Select Board and the Advisory Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ananian.
Thank you. Scott Ananian, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 10. I'll be brief. Just to recap the situation, the current situation is 8 members, one of whom is a lower moderate income member. The AC motion increases that to 9 members, 2 of which are lower moderate income. And the amendment is for 10 members, 3 of which are lower moderate income. So again, I'd like to thank everyone involved for bringing us as close to consensus here as we are. Other than those numbers, I think we're all on the same page, and I think that's a positive step. I like to see the process working to bring us together. I think it's a fair question is how much is enough, and the original petitioners have mentioned it several times that you need a certain amount of critical mass at the table in order to really have your voice heard sometimes. And I think having more voices to help this process is only a positive thing. No, none of the versions of this are removing any of the existing members of the HAB. I do strenuously object to the distinction being drawn between non-technical members and the lower moderate income members. Those folks can certainly be technical expertise as well. And in addition, lived experience should be respected at the same level as other sorts of experience that people are bringing to the HAB. I'll note that there's already an even number of members of the HAB. Going to another even number is not a change in that sense, and that if there's a problem maintaining quorum, perhaps the Select Board should carefully consider the current membership if they can't actually show up at these meetings. I don't think that's been proposed. So I think I'd urge favorable action on the amendment. I think 3 is a good number of representatives from who can bring lived experience to the table. But regardless, I urge favorable action on the main motion, amended or not. And again, I thank everyone involved for the efforts that have brought us as close to consensus on this as we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Westfall.
Christine Westfall speaking for the advisory committee. The advisory committee considered moving the number to 10 trustees and voted that down. We voted 19 to 1 to 2 to go with the 9 trustees, 2 of whom would be low or moderate income tenants. The purpose of this article was to add some additional diversity, and it's one of several articles that appear on this town meeting warrant that look at organizations in town in order to increase the diversity and scope of those organizations to include members who have not traditionally participated in town government. The feeling was that although HAB has always had a member from the housing authority tenant range, that having a single member from a low and moderate income would not create an environment where that member might be completely comfortable participating. And so there was a push to increase the number of representatives from low and moderate income in order to allow those folks to be more comfortable having a voice at the table with potentially the other members who are bringing different kinds of expertise to the table. The advisory committee, after consideration, considers that 2 is sufficient to do that at this time. Originally, there was the idea that there would be a 3rd alternate member in order to increase those numbers at the table without making the voting process or the quorum process more complex. The petitioners found that unacceptable, and so under those circumstances, while we believe that the 9 trustees are a good number, and we feel strongly that having 2 low or moderate income tenants bring their expertise to the table will enable them to be articulate and participate fully. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
My apologies. I am going to read a statement.
Tell us who you are first.
My name is Deborah Brown, town meeting member, precinct 1. Mr. Moderator, if you do me a favor and tell me when I have 1 minute left, I'd appreciate that.
I will.
Thank you. I'm speaking in support of the O'Neill amendment for a 10-member HAB board with 3 persons with housing vulnerability backgrounds, with 1 coming from BHA. What I wanted to start out with is that racism is the nation's and Brookline's 3rd rail. Residential segregation is a fundamental cause of racism, and it leads to all kinds of health and economic disparities. We need to take steps that will reduce these risks caused by segregation and lead to more equitable, healthier communities. Expanding the HAB to include greater economic and racial diversity will help to serve this purpose. Consider that approximately 80% of BHA state properties residents are people of color. This is family housing. So, clearly, there's an opportunity there to seek more representation. 3 people becomes important because what you start to do is you start to institutionalize hearing from other people other than what I call the technical driven exclusions, or the degree driven exclusion. I actually did a survey of some of the housing advisory boards in the area. Somerville has diversity. Cambridge has diversity. Boston has diversity. Chelsea has diversity. Quincy has 2 ministers. Gloucester has a student who manages a snack bar. So clearly, you know, there is a place for the technical, but there's also a place for a more diverse sort of participatory process. I also want to, pardon me?
1 minute.
Okay, thank you. There's an opportunity here for coaching. By increasing the numbers, I think that you get to do that. I also wanted to say very quickly that people from the community are going to provide you with information that you don't have. When we talk about the HAB being strictly a financial entity, I'd like to point out that has anybody ever suggested using some of the HAB money for rental assistance, for strictly improving housing conditions for sub-market rate housing, for setting up an evictions fund? These are things that if you had more people from the community, that you could actually have these kinds of discussions. So I guess to conclude, I think that it's inaccurate to say that this board has to be so technically laden. I think that when we start to talk about technical, we also need to think about the kinds of expertise and experiences that tenants and working class people are going to be able to bring to the discussion. And quite frankly, you're going to need 3 people there to do it. So I am a proponent of the O'Neill Amendment, a total of 10, 3 community people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Treach. T-R-I-E-T-S-C-H. Treach.
Hi, I'm wondering if I could have my camera on. Hello?
Yeah, that you have to do that.
I have to put my camera on? Okay,
Click on your video.
I got it. Thank you. So Sandy, I have 3 minutes.
Yes, and tell us who you are.
My name is David Treach. I'm a former town meeting member. I'm a former chair of the Brookline Housing Authority, and I'm a former chair of the Housing Advisory Board. And Sandy, will you let me know when I have a minute as well, please?
I will indeed.
Thank you. So I want to start off by saying there's so much of what Deborah says I agree with. I just land in a different place. And I want to talk about that a little bit. First of all, I want this town meeting to understand that over 30 years ago, the town meeting, and some of you were there when I was there, voted a warrant article that included a tenant rep. We didn't know that for 30 years we were going to be the only housing advisory board that was going to have a tenant rep, but we did that. I think it's something to feel good about. So I think that's just sort of a baseline, because I really don't think there's an us versus them here. The role of the HAB is to increase diversity, both economic and culturally in Brookline, by increasing affordable housing opportunities that would not otherwise exist. At the HAB, we sit down at a table, and across from us are developers with their lawyers, with their architects, who have the motivation of making tens and hundreds of thousands of dollars on development if, in fact, we, the Housing Advisory Board, or they, the Housing Advisory Board, don't negotiate really well on behalf of the town, which is on behalf of this diversity. So in terms of the sort of technical side, if you will, I think we need to have top grade, and I think we do. That said, I think that residents provide technical support. I think they're part of the conversation. I think they always have been in Brookline.
1 minute.
One of the things we did when we originally put a tenant rep on the Housing Advisory Board, we were very careful to make sure that we chose a tenant rep who wasn't afraid to speak up. And there has been a loud and consistent voice of the tenant rep on the Housing Advisory Board, and I'm glad to see that increased. I think that's a good thing. And so what I'd like to do is I want to support what the Housing Advisory Board, the Select Board, the Advisory Committee has chosen to be a way going forward to increase diversity, increase the voice of residents and tenants, and at the same time maintain the effectiveness of this Housing Advisory Board, without which Dummer Street's 32 units would not have been built. And so many of the other affordable housing units in town over the last 10, 20, and 30 years would not exist. So I don't want to compromise the effectiveness of the board, and I want to continue to grow the resident voice. And I think the main motion does that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lescoyer.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. It's David Lescoyer, Precinct 11. Most of what I prepared to present has already been covered very well, so I'm just really going to skip to the last couple of things that I wanted to say. First, I do urge favorable action on the so-called O'Neill Amendment. And then once that's adopted, to vote for the main motion. The main motion meaning the O'Neill Amendment. Now, I was one of the original petitioners, and I want town meeting to know that when we started with this warrant article, we proposed 11 members. And through the process of working through this with the Committee on Town and Organization and Structure and the Advisory Committee very intensely, we did scale it back and tried various models. So the O'Neill Amendment is sticking with what is already a compromise. And to answer Roger's question, we believe that a 2-client member board would still not provide a sufficient, effective critical mass of representation. And we believe, and Deborah's surveyed other communities that confirms this, only by increasing housing client representation from the current 1 member to 3 will the board achieve a balanced membership with truly meaningful client representation, which will be at the table with technical representatives and ex officio members and make the board stronger and prepared for the greater amount of work and opportunities to develop affordable housing. So vote favorable action
1 minute.
on the O'Neill Amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lynn Jones. I've called Mr. Lynn Jones. And we'll also hear from Mr. Doldren, and then I'll take that motion. Lynn Jones. All right, Mr. Lynn Jones, you're on.
I don't see myself on. Can you hear me?
Yes. Loud and clear.
Okay, let me just give you a picture too. Okay.
There you are.
Thank you, Moderator Gadsby. I'm Sean Lynn Jones from Precinct 1, speaking for the Committee on Town Organization and Structure, CTOS. CTOS is charged with reviewing changes to the structure of town government, so we're reporting on Article 8, as well as a few other articles for this town meeting. The committee, CTOS, is a 7-member committee that includes 4 former chairs of the advisory committee, 3 former members of the select board. In both those categories is Betsy DeWitt, who also headed the Brookline Improvement Coalition and had a lot of experience in affordable housing in this town. And she played a leading role in our deliberations on Article 8. She's not a town meeting member anymore, but I did want to give her some credit here. In the combined reports and the supplements for CTOS that you've probably seen, We voted to recommend what we at the time believed to be the petitioner's motion under Article 8. That is the recommendation, including the idea of an alternate. The petitioner subsequently decided not to support that motion, to support the O'Neill amendment. CTOS, therefore, is not making a motion. I hope you'll agree there are probably enough motions and supplements already for this town meeting, and we're not going to add to that. But our report on Article 8 is relevant to the question of whether you vote for the O'Neill amendment or not, and I will discuss those aspects in a minute. But before I turn to that, I want to begin by thanking the petitioners for putting Article 8 on the warrant. The main motion, with or without the O'Neill amendment, updates and improves the Housing Advisory Board, the HAB, in very important ways. Because since the HAB was created back in the 1980s, Brookline's changed. Housing has become even less affordable, and now there's an even more acute need for affordable housing. Brookline's also a different community. We should give even higher priority to the need for racial, economic, and ethnic diversity, inclusion, and community engagement in all of our institutions, including the HAB. And the world has changed. Climate change is now a crisis. We recognize the need for sustainability. So we thank the petitioners for Mr. Moderator, do I have 4 minutes as I requested, or 3?
I'm sorry, did you request 4? Go ahead.
I did, so.
Okay.
Thank you very much. We should thank the petitioners for making the HAB more diverse, including more tenants and requiring at least one HAB member have some experience with sustainability. And the petitioners also deserve a lot of credit for their efforts to revise and improve this bylaw amendment. As Mr. Lescourier pointed out, they've worked with the boards and committees, reviewed Article 8, and received a lot of valuable input from HAB Chair Roger Blood, who really devoted a tremendous amount of time to this article. And there are a lot of very important changes, removing term limits, making the language more precise, specifying that one of the HAB members must be a BHA resident. And all in all, it's a much better motion than it was when it went on the warrant, and the petitioners deserve some credit. CTOS talked about this a lot, and we hoped that there would be agreement between the HAB and the petitioners. Unfortunately, there wasn't, even though we tried with the idea of an alternate. There have been a lot of heated debates on this article, unfortunately. And I just want to point out that we're arguing over one issue, whether to have 2 or 3 moderate or low-income tenants, and 9 or 10 members. It's a relatively small area of disagreement. Speaking just for myself, however this turns out, it's not the end of the world. For CTO&S,
You're muted. You muted yourself, Mr. Lynn Jones.
I didn't touch anything.
Okay, well, go ahead.
The Russians hacking in. Larger committees tend to be unwieldy. We would keep it at 9. It's better to have an odd number. We only have 8 now because we made an amendment to add a select board member just recently. It should go back to an odd number with 9 so we don't have tie votes. It's harder to find members when you have a large committee, and quorum is an issue. You're always one short of a quorum. Take it from me as a former chair. It's very frustrating to be that short. We also at C2S thought that there should continue to be 4 basically at-large unrestricted members who are neither tenants nor board members to offer.
Have to conclude, Mr. Lynn Jones.
Thank you very much. I will conclude. The HAB plays an important role. Let's make it as effective as possible as a 9-member board. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Doldren. Then we'll take the motion for the question. You're still muted, so please click on your mute button.
So sorry about that. Malcolm Doldren, town meeting member, precinct 6, speaking for a unanimous CDICR. A lot of great points here. When it comes down to it, the Housing Advisory Board promotes the preservation and creation of housing, which is for affordable to low, moderate, and upper moderate income households. Having the experience of low and moderate income tenants it really comes down to allowing for more racial and ethnically diverse group and community engagement. We need to be able to hold in our heads at the same time that there could be people of lower and moderate incomes that also bring those technical skills that are needed to the hat. So it's really important to be able to hold those two things in our heads at the same time. This will allow for greater community engagement. The commissioners for the CDICR are supporting the O'Neill Amendment, which increases the size of the hab to 10 and ensures greater participation for those most impacted by their work, which is in line with the goals of the CDICR. So we urge you to vote for the Donnell Amendment for the warrant Article 8.
Thank you, sir. Now I have a pending motion for the question, which I will allow. Is there a second? Motion has been seconded. I have on the list to speak in favor of the version of the motion sponsored by the Selectmen Advisory Committee, the following: Mr. Wyszynski, Ms. Raitt of the BHA, I think, or HAB, I'm sorry, Ms. McNally, Ms. Schweitzer, Ms. Takanami, and Mr. Benson. I have Mr. Levy and Ms. Priestley supporting the O'Neill Amendment, and Mr. Toffel, I don't know what he's supporting, but he wants to speak. So if you, these people will not have an opportunity to address you if you pass the motion for the question. We will now have, I'm sorry? Oh, I'm sorry. I covered Mark Levy, Vina Priestley, and Mike Toffel. Yes. All right. We're ready for, this is a motion to terminate debate. Motion for the question, Article 8. And the voting period has started. Vote yes if you wish to terminate debate. No if you want to keep on debating this very large distinction, and abstain if you're abstaining. All right, the voting period is terminated. Mr. Jones? Mr. Jones? Ms. Granoff?
Yes.
Ms. Granoff, yes. Ms. McNally?
McNally, no.
And what's the count?
132 yes, 79 no, 12 abstentions.
Motion fails by a vote of 133 in favor, 80 opposed, and 12 abstentions. I call on Mr. Wyszynski.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Neil Wyszynski, Precinct 5. Article 8 perhaps isn't the most crucial article before us this town meeting, but it impacts an important and what I consider well-functioning board that advises the Select Board on housing policy and how to manage the multi-million-dollar Affordable Housing Trust Fund. The board has been an effective steward of limited funds which have been used to create many new affordable housing units over the years. Let me say thank you to the petitioners for making a proposal to strengthen this board by bolstering the voice of affordable housing tenants. Whether the board has 9 or 10 members doesn't sound like much of a difference until you need to schedule a meeting and need to ensure you have a quorum so you can do business. It can make a difference between being able to conduct business or not. The board is now 8, requiring a quorum of 5. 9 requires the same 5 for a quorum. I know in a speech before town meeting, this doesn't sound compelling, but it's one of those practical things that makes our volunteer form of government work or not. More important, perhaps, is the question of how many tenant representatives to have on the board. Here I ask, what problem are we trying to solve? The board provides affordable housing technical expertise and advice to the select board. Having tenant representation on the HAB is important, but it's also important to have a balance of advocates and technical expertise. The board to date has tilted towards experts committed to affordable housing, and that tilt has brought success. A recent example was the HAB's ability to bring 2 fully thought out, ready-to-go proposals to give town meeting a real affordable housing choice at Newbury College back in June. Putting together deals the way the HAB did requires folks with a particular skill set. It isn't easy. So I believe it's important to maintain the mix of skills while bolstering the voice of tenants, and the main motion is the way to go. Adding a tenant member doubles the voice of tenants while maintaining the administrative and skills balance. I hope you'll join me in voting for the advisory committee main motion.
Thank you, Mr. Levy.
Good evening, Mark Levy, Precinct 7. I keep getting struck by the idea that somehow getting a quorum of 6 is substantially easier than getting a quorum of 5. And if at least 2 of the new tenant members are committed to showing up, I don't think that's really going to be a problem. If they're not, or other members of the board aren't willing to make the commitment to show up most of the time, then you pick the wrong people no matter which category they fall into. I also think it's really misleading to say that you need to have a specific balance between technical people and non-technical people. And so that implies that people who are housing low and moderate income residents of the town don't have or can't acquire at least some of the skills needed. And it also ignores the fact that when the rubber meets the road, the person who is living in housing that protects him from being housing insecure, and who has probably at some time been housing insecure, which is how he got into the low income housing. Those are the people who have a sense of where the nitty gritty is, where the real need is, and can help guide other members of the board to review their priorities, their sense of what's important. How important, for instance, is it to have upper middle class or upper moderate income versus low income and moderate income, or to have people at 125% accommodated in condominiums, as opposed to having people who are at 80% of the area income, being able to find shelter, period.
You have 1 minute.
Thank you. So I think for a lot of reasons, not the least of which is that the more tenants you have on the board, the more likely you are to have a core of people who can encourage other people of low and moderate income to participate in government in various ways. I support the O'Neill amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Raitt. R-A-I-T-T. Bonnie. I'm sorry, she doesn't appear to have been admitted to to the meeting. Ms. McNally. We know you're there.
You're right, I'm here. Mr. Moderator, Rita McNally. Town meeting member. Precinct 2.
Could you turn off your television, please?
All right.
Or turn it down?
Yeah, I did. I'm a member of the Brookline Improvement Coalition, BIC, and also the Housing Advisory Board. I'm one of the housing choices, someone of low income living in a unit from the Brookline Housing Authority. And I support the main amendment, the advisory committee admit, because this is what was negotiated between the HAB and CTOS and the advisory committee, and a lot of things were hashed out. And Deborah Brown's and David's and Arthur Conquest's issue was argued before, and people weighed the information they were getting and then came to a judgment on it. And I feel that the O'Neill motion is like an interruption from someone who didn't get what they wanted. So they're going to jump in at this point in time. And I don't think that that's something that's fair enough, because I'm happy that there's an expansion available for the housing members, but I'm wondering if it's the Brookline Housing Authority is different from the apartments that are given and negotiated by HAB. And does that mean that someone's going to be delegated from those buildings because it's different than the housing authority buildings? I mean, you start getting into a very convoluted thing. So why don't we start out with everybody agreed upon, the main motion, and then evaluate and see. And if it's necessary to have an additional person, or if the right ethnic background or cultural background isn't represented enough, then people can evaluate that and say, well, look, it doesn't represent these people or those people, but let's give it a chance to move forward. So anyway, I represent the HAB vote, which was unanimous for the advisory committee's point of view on Article 8. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Priestley?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, Vina Priestley, Precinct 4. Personally, I am a product of poverty here in Brookline. So I kind of do take a little bit of personal offense when the person before me spoke about not having the technical being able to, I don't know. I took personal offense to that. But anyway, I just don't understand how adding, instead of having two, why would 3 members of low income or moderate income pose a problem and be unacceptable? I'm just a little confused if it's to help feel basically the economic diversity here. Adding an extra member would help solidify what we're trying to strive for in Brookline. We're trying to be representing a diversity of, representation of Brookline. There are a lot of people that are in public housing, and we're trying to bring in more affordable housing. So how would it be misrepresenting if we add one more person? And I had one question. How many people on the board are of color or, of mixed diversity on the board? Those are my 2 questions.
Mr. Blood?
The present board does not have people of color. We have had in the past, And one important provision in Article 8 that we fully supported and is in there is a formal commitment on the part of the select board to approve and appoint people of diverse racial and ethnic backgrounds. So the expansion of the next tenant board member, but whoever comes up after that, we have 2-year terms. That is built into this warrant article in a firm, formal way as a goal to move in that direction, and we'll begin immediately.
Thank you, Ms. Yeah. Yes, Mr. Klein.
Yes, thank you. Jonathan Klein, town meeting member, precinct 10 and member of the HAB. There was a statement that there was a unanimous vote of the HAB supporting the advisory committee vote, and that's not quite true. I'm a member of the HAB and I abstained from that vote because I wanted to hear the debate tonight. And after hearing the debate tonight, I intend to vote for the O'Neill amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Schweitzer.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Naomi Schweitzer, Precinct 10, and I support Deborah and the O'Neill Amendment. I am encouraging town meeting members to support the O'Neill Amendment, which would expand the HAB to 10 members and add 3 members who have experience with housing insecurity. I'm encouraging town meeting members to support this amendment because this is the systemic way to make sure we add in the voices of people with lived expertise of either living in low or moderate income housing or having experienced housing insecurity. And as Vina before me just so eloquently said, this is just one more than the other motion. I don't see how this creates a lot more work around scheduling or onboarding people into the meetings. It's just one additional person, and it makes sure that we have critical expertise coming to the table. These are the individuals who understand what it's like to live on the edge and understand what it's like to think about how the impact of having affordable housing can change their lives and other people's lives who need access to this housing. I also want to share that it is well documented that when we have a group or a body, a decision-making body that does not typically have another group that's part of it, that when you put those people on that decision-making body, they are more likely to participate and speak up when there are more of them. Examples of this that I'm sure many of you have read about in news stories is when people of color or women join boards of directors. We want to make sure, thank you. We want to make sure that they are not tokenized, right, by being the sole voice. And we need to be able to give them space, right, to have other people who have similar experience to them, to be able to have space in those meetings, to be part of the discussion and the decision-making process. And then finally, I wanted to share that part of my work on a day-to-day basis is working with the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. I work with cities and states across the country around their planning and approach to ending homelessness. And part of what HUD requires is that communities who receive HUD funding have people with lived experience and expertise of homelessness sit on the governing boards that make decisions around this funding. And communities that have done this and are required to do it see better outcomes and better results when they include people with lived expertise in these decision-making bodies from the beginning of the planning and implementation of this
Please
fund.
conclude.
I encourage you to please support the O'Neill Amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Toffel?
Hi, Mike Toffel, Precinct 8. I'm still a little bit undecided, and I'm hoping that two questions that I have might help me and maybe others. So moving to 8 from 8 to 9 makes a lot of sense to me. With 10, I have a question. My first question is, what happens if there's a tie? How does that work on a commission? I just don't know. And the second is, maybe let me ask them both because I'm not sure who can answer these. The second is, can the petitioners point to decisions that they think would have been made differently had we had the 10 that they're seeking? Because it seems to me like that's where the proof is in the pudding. Like what decisions, what wouldn't have gotten funded and what would have gotten funded? And I'm not asking for perfection. I'm just asking, like, what's your theory of how money would have been allocated differently to give us a better sense of what we're talking about? Thank you.
Well, Mr. Toffel, I think a 5-5 vote on any committee is a tie vote, and it's not affirmative action. On the second question, I guess, Mr. Doldren, do you have any views about that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, the question is, would there have been decisions made by the Housing Advisory Board that would have been different with 10 members instead of the existing or proposed number? I'm not sure you can answer that, but I thought I'd give it a shot.
I'm not part of the HAB, but again, I think it comes down to diversity of thought. I think it comes down to having voices in the room that are not necessarily in the room all the time to solve problems. And these are complex problems here in Brookline. You know, I can only say that the people that live in housing need to be invited and included in these decisions. It's
Okay,
really
well, let me call on Ms. Brown to speculate about an answer to that Mr. Toffel's question.
Hello, Deborah Brown, town meeting member, Precinct 1. My speculation is, and I, you know, an example that I'd like to give, and it sort of builds on something that Naomi Schweitzer said. When she talked about having people early on in a process and the difference that it makes. Let's take a look at Newberry College. We had two options in terms of what the residential development would be. It was Colonel Floyd or it was the property at Newberry. Now query, if we had had a larger group of people, if we had had more community people, maybe they might have said, instead of Colonel Floyd, does it make sense to invest resources in family public housing? Does it make sense to do family public housing and low-income housing and moderate income housing off Boylston Street or off Route 9? So to me, that's an example of if you had more people from diverse backgrounds, you've got your low-income people, you've got your moderate income people, and you've got the finance people who are going off and having their conversations. So, I mean, I could probably come up with a few more examples just in terms of, you know, maybe how you go about the business of really designing some of these buildings. One of the things that I did want to say, there's nothing to prevent the HAB from breaking into work groups and committees to create greater efficiencies if that's what they're concerned about. So that to me is like one of those recent examples and something that we voted on that to me is fairly clear that if you had more people at the beginning sort of laying out a design that maybe you would have come up with a different outcome.
Pardon? Mr. Blood?
Thank you. I think it's a great question, and I'm glad it's been being revisited a bit here. Maybe the question. When this question came up in an early hearing, and Ms. Brown was asked what examples to give, she said that the Dummer Street project wasn't done well, and that we had lost affordable housing, existing housing, in order to produce new housing. I don't think that was the case. And the other explicit example was that we weren't getting enough money when we were seeking funds from developers into the Affordable Housing Trust. And I think that that there's ample evidence that we are not only very aggressive in situations such as Newberry and Waldo Durgan to get every penny that we can, but that we have just in the prior article demonstrated that the HAB is increasing the basic fees by a third, having studied what we could get at the very most without demanding too much and killing the golden goose and not getting anything from housing development. Regarding different possible outcomes from the Newberry College situation and hearing different voices, I will say that I personally spent the better part of a day one-on-one with Ms. Brown reviewing on-site and both situations and all of the options and explaining them in detail and trying to answer all of her questions and see where she wanted to come from. And also we spent an enormous amount of time group-wise and individually with the folks from the Housing Authority where they could use trust funds if they could be provided from the Newberry development. And they looked at different possibilities. We looked at family housing, we looked at High Street, Colonel Floyd, and it was really a collaborative effort, but ultimately the Housing Authority was the one that had to come forward and say, here's how we can use this money most effectively, most quickly, and get the most bang for the buck from their other available subsidy sources. So there's been a lot of input in terms of coming to town meeting. This was the first time we actually went through the whole process of vetting two complete options and bringing the choice to town meeting to see what our main body, you all, wanted to do with this major resource. So I do think that the question of Mike Toffel is a very important one, and it really still begs for, I think, a better answer to make this major structural change to a board, which I think has been rather, performing rather well. What can it do better? Thank you.
Ms. Takanami.
Hello again, Amy Takanami, town meeting member for Precinct 10. First off, I stand in solidarity with Deborah Brown and all of the other historically marginalized voices in our town government, specifically women of color and people of color who bring such crucial perspectives and life-saving advocacy to our local government and to our town. I want to make some remarks in support of the O'Neill-Ananian amendment on warrant Article 8, which will improve the composition of HAB by increasing the total number of membership to 10 and ensuring 3 of those 10 members are full voting members from among our low and moderate income neighbors. My perspective on this is informed in part by the variety of lived experiences I hold as a lifelong resident of Brookline. I grew up in public housing with my dad, and I now rent an apartment with my partner. And just from these experiences alone, I can attest to the diversity of experiences related to housing in Brookline and the value that a range of voices can bring into a decision-making space around housing policy. The O'Neill Amendment on warrant Article 8 represents an important and long overdue step towards making housing in Brookline more equitable and inclusive for all. By ensuring that 3 members come from our low and moderate income neighbors, we can improve the lives of everyone living in our community and continue working to dismantle structures of inequity that exist within our town. It should be a plain fact to all of us that it is only right for the people who are most directly and intensely affected by changes in our housing policy to have a strong voice on the HAB. This change directly reflects the values I believe we all share and want our town to embody, a community where all are welcome and able to live with dignity regardless of their level of income. We can no longer rely on a top-down technocratic model of governance, where we allow institutions that are, by their very composition, resistant to meaningful structural change to continue. If we are all dedicated to building a Brookline that is equitable, just, and inclusive, then we must recognize the O'Neill Amendment to Warrant Article 8 as an opportunity to begin ensuring that these values are institutionalized and not merely aspired towards by happenstance. And more so, we need to recognize that so-called technical experts do not represent the be-all, end-all in government and regulation. Too often in Brookline and beyond, we have seen decision makers make mistakes in policy that could have been easily avoided if they had simply sought the counsel of those who are most affected by those decisions. We need to resist the inherently classist and racist conception of technical expertise as something that can solely be bestowed upon those with finance and business degrees, and recognize that the expertise of those who live with the consequences of these decisions is just as, if not more, valuable. By ensuring the presence of people with a broader array of lived experiences, we'll also see better, stronger, and sustainable decisions that are more fully informed. Supporting the O'Neill Amendment on Warrant Article 8 is a chance to both materially improve the lives of everyone living in our community and ensure that our values are genuinely reflected in our government, which is why I hope you will all vote favorably on the O'Neill Amendment on Warrant Article 8. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Benson.
Hi, Jeffrey Benson, Precinct 3. I also stand with Deborah Brown. I want to talk a little about expertise. When Ruth Bader Ginsburg was asked about how many women she would be satisfied to have on the Supreme Court, she said 9. Now, whether you think that's funny, extreme, or a good idea might be based on how often the people who have been in the positions of authority in your world have looked like you. When the surgeon Atul Gawande was looking to how to decrease infections in hospitals in the United States, which kills tens of thousands of people, mostly spread by hospital staff, top-down management had not been able to solve that for years. Finally, one group went to the nurses and nurses' aides who worked in the rooms with the patients, and they were able to actually come up with many solutions. And that was the first group that ever actually cut infections in hospitals, because it turned out that the people who work and live in those rooms know what it's like to have to do the work and know where the crucial places are to make a difference in the lives of people. A little more about expertise and what I found has been the patronizing tone towards people who live in affordable housing or have been housing insecure. I have to say, I love being a town meeting member. I really love it. I get to vote on issues about the technology of police body cameras, the depreciation and value of a college campus, the elusive notion of density based on the ratio of micro units to substandard to standard units, the tax burden on LD homeowners who meet certain criteria. You know what? I don't know anything about that stuff. I'm an amateur like most of the people on the town meeting. But you know, we care about the town, and that's why we're here. But I don't think most of us in town meeting would say, you know what, let's just have the select board have 9 people on it. 2 of the 240 of us can sit at the table and the rest of us can go home until those experts make decisions for us. And the 238 of the rest of us will just go home. We like grassroots involvement and decision-making when it looks like us. People who live in substandard housing and affordable housing have experiences that make them experts.
1 minute.
They can save lives, money, time, and effort. They need to be sitting at the table. Frankly, I might go half Ruth Bader Ginsburg and say that we should have 4 or 5 people who have that experience at the table. I think it's a measly argument to have 2 or 3 and kind of a ceiling, obviously. That's an embarrassment, but it would be an improvement. So I fully support voting for the O'Neill Amendment and for the main amendment as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Westfall. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. I'm going to call on Mr. Gordon. Ms. Westfall, we've already heard from you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Neil Gordon, the Precinct 1 Town Meeting member.
and I'm a member of the advisory committee. We've heard a lot in this debate about the HAB. What we haven't heard much about are all the other volunteer boards, committees, and commissions. And they need diversity too, of all sorts. We in fact don't have an unlimited pool of volunteers, and many have talked about reaching out into our community to expand those pools, but the pool is finite. We have a limited pool of minority volunteers, however you define minority. The nature of minorities is there are just fewer of them, fewer of us. Think about the unintended consequences of expansion and of concentrating those few who are available to volunteer with limited time and will not otherwise be available to volunteer on all of those other boards, committees, and commissions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez.
Raul Fernandez, select board member. I'm just going to let those last comments sit there. I find some of these comments remarkable. What we're talking about here essentially is about the proper balance of this board. And on one side of the ledger, we have the cost of adding, the board has already agreed to add one additional person from low income background. The cost of adding yet one more. And on that side, we've heard about issues like quorum, staff time, longer meetings, and something about technical expertise. The quorum issues, I think Mr. Levy dispensed with quite well. And speaking as a select board member, if to the HAB, if you have members that are consistently not showing up to meetings, please let us know and we'll take that into account during reappointment time. The issues around expertise, I think, have been well covered as well. But even if you buy the arguments about technical expertise, adding one more person from a low-income background does not dilute the expertise that exists on the board. It does nothing to detract from those technical experts on the board, if you want to call them that, as patronizing, as condescending as that argument is. On the other side of the ledger, we have the benefits. And the benefits, I think, are really what we should be focused on here. As board members, we should want proposals that come from the Housing Authority Board, the Housing Advisory Board, that are well vetted by those most impacted by those proposals. And to be able to have 3 out of 10, which is about 30% of the board, be people that are most impacted, I think is actually a great addition. I'm frankly struck by the fact that we're actually even debating this. The balance does not tip so far by adding 2 more members from this background that it would somehow limit, obstruct, or somehow take away from the work that this board has been able to do, and I think could do better with these perspectives. There are 2 ways that we gain the perspectives of those most impacted by the issues that we discuss. One is through robust community engagement, and thank you for the Commission for Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations for leading the way in putting forward a robust community engagement plan for the entire town. The other is by making sure that those people most impacted have a seat at the table and a vote to match. That is exactly what the O'Neill Amendment does. Let's please stop debating this, vote in favor of this amendment. We have this opportunity to expand a much needed voice on this board, a much needed voice in our town politics. Let's go ahead and do it. Thank you.
Okay, there's been a motion for the question, which I will allow. Is there a second? The following people have submitted their names to be recognized: Rebecca Mautner, Jane Gilman, and Christine Westfall. I suspect Ms. Westfall will support the advisory committee. I don't know about the other 2, but let's proceed to a vote on the motion to close debate. Second motion to close debate. Okay, the voting period is commenced. Yes, if you wish to terminate the debate and proceed to a vote. No, if you want to hear more debate, and abstain if you're abstaining. The voting period has lapsed, and I call on Mr. Jones.
Gary Jones, Precinct 3, votes yes.
Ms. Granoff,
Yes.
and Ms. McNally.
McNally, yes.
What's the count? Motion carries by a vote of 196 in favor, 21 opposed, and 9 abstentions. We now proceed to vote on the O'Neill amendment. The O'Neill amendment would increase the number of trustees from 9 to 10, have 7 instead of 6 appointed by the select board, and 3 would have to be low or moderate income tenants. So on that motion, this is the O'Neill amendment. Majority vote. Mr. Jones? Mr. Jones?
Mr. Moderator, I got unmuted, but then I became muted again, and it goes back
Well,
and forth. But
You're unmuted now,
Gary
so
Jones,
how do you
Precinct
vote?
3, votes yes.
Ms. Granoff,
Yes.
and Ms. McNally.
Abstain.
All right, what's the count? 54 no. Motion carries by a vote of 155 in favor, 64 opposed, and 9 abstentions. We now vote on the main motion as amended, which is in effect the O'Neill motion on page 8-2. Main motion, Article 8. The voting period has started on the main motion, which is now the O'Neill motion. Mr. Jones?
Gary Jones, Precinct 3, votes yes.
Ms. Granoff,
Yes.
and Ms. McNally.
Yes.
Let's count. Motion carries by a vote of 217 in favor, 7 opposed, and 4 abstentions. We now turn to Articles 9 through 11. And we will have a single debate on these articles because they're all related to one another, as the debate will make clear. The motion under Article 9 is on page 9-13 over to page 9-16, moved by Mr. Warren and seconded by Ms. Hamilton to amend the zoning bylaw relating to short-term rentals in the words of the amendment. The motion under Article 10 is a little more complicated. It's on page 1016-16 to 10-24. And it's moved by Mr. Warren and seconded by Ms. Hamilton. And if you please turn to page 10-19 in your combined reports, there is an insert which you will find in supplement number 1, supplement number 1 from the technical amendment by the advisory committee. Insert in paragraph D for dog, 1D, after the words condominium association, comma, insert the words and the condominium association applicable documents, comma, bylaws or other governing documents do not explicitly prohibit short-term rentals, comma, certification, etc. And the motion under Article 11 is found on page 11-2 over to 11-3, and it relates to prosecutions and enforcement, moved by, again, by Ms. Hamilton this time and seconded by Mr. Warren. So I call on, first on Ms. Hamilton for the select board. I'm sorry, Mr. Warren for the advisory committee. I'm sorry. You have 5 minutes.
Hello, Mr. Moderator. Thank you very much. I have my little guy here because he has rejected the babysitter, and you'll either hear him scream or you'll see him during my comments.
All right.
We're going to go with seeing him. So my name is Paul Warren, Precinct 1, speaking for the advisory committee, and the substitute motions which establish regulations allowing for the operation of short-term rentals in Brookline. The proposed regulations are covered by Articles 9, 10, and 11. Article 9 amends the zoning bylaw by adding short-term rentals as an allowed use. Article 10 amends current bylaw allowing short-term rentals under specific circumstances and establishes the policies and procedures that operators in the town must follow. And Article 11 amends the current bylaw to identify the departments responsible for enforcing the new regulations. In general, short-term rental is the rental of a portion of a dwelling or the whole dwelling for a period of time ranging from 1 to 31 days. The rise of online booking sites has made it easy for operators to connect with guests, resulting in a booming short-term rental industry. In fact, prior to COVID-19, it is estimated that as many as 400 short-term rentals were operating in Brookline. In 2018, the state legislature passed regulations that provide for the collection of the local room option tax for short-term rentals. In fiscal year 2019, Brookline received approximately $435,000 from this tax source. By way of comparison, during the same period, Brookline received $1.3 million from our traditional lodging businesses. Currently, short-term rentals are prohibited in Brookline. The advisory committee amended the proposed regulations to address a number of concerns raised during the public hearings and during the public discussion. The concerns included protecting our long-term housing inventory, improving safety for our operators and their guests, increasing transparency on issued licenses, and proactive enforcement. The regulations are comprehensive and have many details. I'd like to highlight a few of the key provisions, including the following. First, the regulations require that the operator be the owner of the unit and that the unit must be the owner's primary residence. This is in line with Boston's regulations, which they adopted in part to protect their long-term housing inventory. Additionally, the operator must be present during the rental period. The operator's presence is an important component of accountability in reducing nuisance complaints. The regulations allowing for the renting out of 2 rooms to up to 4 guests for a total of 90 calendar days in a 12-month period. It is important to note that residents still have the option of renting up to 2 rooms to 2 lodgers for periods greater than 30 days. For those seeking to operate in a condo association of 4 or less, all unit owners must agree to the presence of the short-term rental if the association bylaws are silent on this matter. Many of Brookline's multifamily dwellings and walk-up brownstones have been converted to condominiums. These structures often have narrow stairways, lack soundproofing, and have limited common space. The provisions limit the impact that a high-volume transient activity associated with short-term rentals would have on the other residents. The regulations also provide for the automatic revocation of a certificate of operation if there are 3 violations in a 12-month period. Okay, I'm almost done. A public hearing before the select board would be required before a certificate could be reinstated, modified, or denied. Finally,
1 minute.
Oh, I'm almost done, thank you. The town must notify abutters when a certificate has been issued, and the town must publish active certificates on the town website, as well as any violations that have been assessed. The primary argument advanced for adopting these regulations is that we need a regulatory structure for a robust short-term rental industry that is already present and operating in Brookline. The primary argument advanced against is that it may be difficult to enforce some aspects of the regulations, which may impact the quality of life for some residents. By a vote of 13-10 with 3 abstentions, the advisory committee recommends positive action on Articles 9, 10, and 11 as amended. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pelkey.
Hello, Linda Olson-Pelkey, town meeting member, precinct 2. Short-term rentals in Brookline have several downsides. First, short-term rentals are potentially disruptive to the quiet enjoyment of one's home. Amending our zoning to allow STRs is fundamentally altering the bundle of rights and expectations every homeowner had when they purchased the property. Homeowners do not expect that a commercial lodging operation would be allowed in the unit or house next door. At the various hearings before town meeting, we heard testimony from homeowners who were opposed to Warrant Article 9. They itemized the impacts imposed on them, including noise. Most older buildings have very little noise mitigation between units. The presence of a constant flow of strangers in their common areas, which led to feelings of alienation and loss of community, plus excess stresses on common utilities, wear and tear on common areas, and visitors occupying on-street parking. Consider the plight of larger condo associations that have no prohibition against STRs in their documents. If we adopt this zoning change, they will be compelled to pay thousands of dollars to a lawyer to amend their documents, which will also entail convincing their fellow condo owners to prohibit STRs in their building, which takes a 75% yes vote to pass. If a minority of condo owners want to retain the ability to do the STRs, that minority could force everyone to live with de facto hotels in their midst. Short-term rentals can remove long-term housing from the market, and these types of lodging siphon off patrons from our highly regulated hotels, bed and breakfasts, and lodging houses, which pay a higher tax to the town. Research shows that the absence of STRs does not change travel plans. Rather, thank you. Rather, visitors simply shift to a more standard overnight accommodation. The regulations outlined in Warrant Article 10 and 11 are extremely complex, involving 4 different town departments and the select board. Some of the provisions are unenforceable, such as the requirement for the owner-occupier to be present during an overnight stay. We do not have the capacity to keep up with the registration process, inspections, data collections, complaints, and communications necessary to achieve the desired level of oversight. Is this really what we want our town staff spending their time on? For the argument that we should allow this because people need money, homeowners already have the preferable option of renting rooms out for long-term housing. While the AC version is less bad, and I really thank Paul Warren and their efforts for doing a much better proposal, I still recommend a vote of no action. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hamilton.
Thank you. Short-term rental, Heather Hamilton for a unanimous select board. Short-term rentals are already happening in Brookline. Currently, our building department has little guidance on how to treat them should a complaint arise. This proposal at least starts the framework on a complex issue. This proposal is far from perfect, but as they say, let's not let the perfection be the enemy of the good. The alternative is to continue to allow unregulated short-term rentals to continue to operate with no recourse, no oversight, and no consideration to abutters. Let's take an incremental approach. We can find common ground on this approach and build from there. This gives our building staff a structure to work within. Enforcement can be easily and more consistently applied, and neighboring tenants will have recourse for unauthorized users. The Select Board recommends favorable action.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Andrew Fisher.
I'm trying, I think I'm unmuted now.
No, you're fine.
Okay. I'd like to, my concern with this is that this, the weighing a cost benefit versus, I don't see that there's any benefit to the town in allowing B&Bs. And I find that the operators of the B&Bs are predatory in nature and are looking to convert our town neighborhoods and our limited housing stock for commercial use. By doing this, they're urbanizing residential districts or rendering them commercial. They're affecting the zoning by allowing they're going around zoning in a way. This is allowing a commercial use in a residential neighborhood. It's already going on. The argument was made to me that if it's already going on, we should allow it. And that's not a credible argument to me. We have housing stock that's being converted illegally to into basically rooms for rent as hotels for tourist space. Allowing it to happen doesn't solve the problem. What we need to do is have enforcement of the proactive enforcement rather than enforcement that's complaint driven. It'd be very easy to solve the problem of losing housing stock to B&Bs by having the building department or some other enforcement group from the town respond to B&B ads, identify where housing stock is being taken.
You have 1 minute.
Okay. Through proactive enforcement of following up on B&B ads for apartments in Brookline. It's not very hard to find where these are happening on Corey Hill, in my neighborhood in Precinct 13, throughout North Brookline particularly. The problem is not solved by licensing it and allowing. I'm not a big proponent of those who believe in not letting the camel's nose under the tent, but I think that that's what this is doing here. An attempt to regulate is actually permitting something that we don't want. The thing we need to do is proactively enforce and get rid of the B&Bs that are competing with our hotels and cannibalizing our housing stock.
Thank you, Mr. Hyken.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Steve Hyken, Chairman of the Planning Board, speaking for the Planning Board. The Planning Board recognizes that the current status of short-term rentals in the town is untenable, both in terms of their regulatory status and in terms of the impact of illegal STRs on surrounding properties. The board therefore believes that a regulatory framework for STRs is necessary. It also believes that the framework should be as restrictive as possible to ensure a steady approach to permitting STRs and to ensure impacts on abutting properties are mitigated as much as possible. The Planning Board heard feedback from several members of the public during its public hearing on October 8th, both in support of and in opposition to STR regulations, whether in the form submitted in the original warrant article or the form proposed by the advisory committee. Members of the public raised concerns with STR impacts on abutters and surrounding neighborhoods, housing availability and cost, hotel operations, and livability in small condominium buildings. Members of the public also raised concerns with the enforceability of STR regulations and the availability of loopholes for professionally managed units in the version of the regulations appearing in the original warrant. Taking these comments into account, the board ultimately felt that a measured approach to permitting STRs is recommended and that the version of the STR articles proposed by the advisory committee is the most reasonable solution to that end. The planning board therefore voted 3-1 to recommend favorable action on Article 9 and its associated Articles 10 and 11 as amended by the advisory committee, and with the further recommendation that a portion of the fees collected under these regulations be applied to funding enforcement efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Albuquerque.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and Albuquerque for Precinct 1. I live in a 1910 3-unit brownstone building. Because our building is quite old, it does not have good sound insulation. For example, I can hear when my neighbors walk from room to room. In addition, utilities are a shared expense. This means that we pay for a total amount that is then divided amongst the 3 units regardless of individual usage. Buildings like mine are not meant to house a business. Airbnb-like businesses are new and condo documents do not have rules in place to regulate them. Because it is very hard for small condo associations to reach agreements, it is important that the town requires that all condo unit owners in small associations have to agree to allow such a business to operate. I've also heard from constituents that live on my street on a building just like mine, and they have suffered tremendous disruptions from having an Airbnb in their building. The complaints involve the noise of bags going up and down the stairs, increase in insurance premium when the insurance company learned that there was an Airbnb being operated in their building, the lost sense of community, and concerns for safety associated with not knowing who is going in and out of their building. Now let me tell you about the impact of short-term rentals in European cities. In places like Barcelona, Paris, and in particular in Lisbon, where I am from, there was a huge proliferation of short-term apartments through platforms like Airbnb. Renting a property on short-term basis can be much more lucrative for owners than on a long-term basis. So in places with short supply of units, what this does is drive the housing price up, impairing affordable housing while changing the feel of the neighborhood. The city center of Lisbon changed dramatically as people could no longer afford the rents and had to move out to the outskirts. Lisbon did not impose any restrictions, and as a result, approximately 55% of all apartments in some neighborhoods are now short-term rentals. There is actually a book about this phenomenon called Airbnb, the Uberized City, where the author says that apartments that used to house families became cash machines, where the result is the loss of identity of cities, the increase in property values, and closure of local stores like grocery stores that are turned into restaurants because that's what tourists want.
1 minute.
Amsterdam has been short-term rentals in the heart of the old city, and Paris is planning a referendum on this issue. Brookline is not Lisbon, Amsterdam, or Paris, but there are lessons to be learned. I urge you to protect our long-term housing and our neighborhoods and vote positive action on the amended Articles 9, 10, and 11.
Thank you. Mr. Blood, do you wish to be heard? All right, Mr. Lynn Jones.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Moderator Gadsby. I'm Sean Lynn Jones, Precinct 1. Now, it's no secret. A lot of people in town meeting complain that the advisory committee is too conservative. I spent many years on the advisory committee as a member and as chair, and I'll tell you, sometimes I found the advisory committee was too conservative. But on the question of short-term rentals, the advisory committee is being conservative in the best sense of the word. The advisory committee's motion under Article 10 is prudent, careful, and incremental. It strikes a balance, the right balance. And that's why I support that motion and a favorable action on Articles 9, 10, and 11, assuming that we are going to vote favorable action on the motion of the advisory committee on Article 10. I've been following this issue of short-term rentals for a few years. I'm on the board of the Brookline Neighborhood Alliance. I used to be co-chair, and we had a public forum on short-term rentals and the planning and community development's original proposals to try to change our current approach and revise our bylaws. And I know people who rent out part of their house for short-term rentals, and I know neighbors who are concerned. It's not an easy issue to resolve, and there are arguments on both sides. But we've heard a lot about the negative effects of short-term rentals on the sense of community, the nuisance factor, how they can undermine businesses that cater to long-term residents. Some of these things the economists call long-term negative externalities, but for residents, it's quality of life. But I'm also aware some people, especially people who are trying to stay and continue to live in Brookline in an aging place, need that income. And I think the advisory committee motion strikes the right balance. There are some people who think it's too restrictive, some people who think it's too permissive. I think it's the Goldilocks option. It's just right. It's better than the status quo. It fills the void. We have no regulations by establishing regulations. It imposes very severe limits on Airbnbs and short-term rentals, and that's a good thing as the initial approach, to not fully legalize them across town, but to actually have some definite limits. It raises money, potentially.
30 seconds.
Through a fee that could be devoted to enforcement. And there's a lot of transparency and visibility in terms of notice for abutters and posting information about operations and violations on the town website. And that's really welcome because a lot of people are reluctant to really complain. They don't know who to go to. But if it's an open process, it's a lot easier for everyone. Seems like there's a pretty broad coalition behind this motion. The advisory committee, the select board, Brookline for Everyone sent me their mailing as well. The HAB, the planning board, and I hope you'll join them and me in voting favorable action on these articles. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gladstone.
Did that work? Yes. Okay. Scott Gladstone, town meeting member, precinct 16. I brought a similar warrant article last year to help a client, and many like her who rented a spare bedroom to make ends meet. She tried renting to long-term renters, which is currently allowed, but she had a terrible experience and it was difficult for her to get a dangerous renter out of her home because of the protections afforded long-term renters. Only a person who really needs the money would be willing to share their home while they are in it with a renter. And that's the only thing being proposed tonight. Allowing short-term rentals would address an economic justice issue. For that reason, I find it deeply unfortunate that there are so many provisions in the current proposal giving neighbors in the same building an absolute veto. It just seems wrong to me that someone can need the money and her neighbors in the same building can say, too bad, we don't want it, so you can't do it. In effect, the current proposal may end up only permitting short-term rentals in single-family homes. On the other hand, saying no to this article is saying no to regulation of an industry that is very much here and is not likely to go away just because it's not permitted. The last thing I'll say is that having given reasons both for and against, I have to abstain because as written, this article is contrary to the interests of a current client. And that's a requirement for me as an attorney. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dempsey.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Chris Dempsey, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 6. I was hoping that I could ask a question of the building commissioner and that after his response, you would come back to me for a follow-up statement on that question. I've been in touch with him via email tonight.
Well, ask your question.
So my question for the building commissioner is, this is a challenging warrant article because there are folks urging no who believe that the status quo is working okay, or that the article as proposed is too permissive, or that the article as proposed is too constrictive. And that puts him in a difficult position if we vote no on the article, which I urged via email to my fellow colleagues yesterday. And so my question for the commissioner is, could he clarify how he would interpret and his team would interpret a no vote on this article? Would it be the status quo that we have today, which is an enforcement by complaint driven system? Or would it be an outright ban on all short-term rentals and he would proactively search for them and stop them, which he's not doing today, or maybe somewhere in between?
So would you remind me of the name of the building commissioner?
Commissioner Bennett.
Dan Bennett.
And he.
Okay. Mr. Bennett?
Good evening, Dan Bennett, Building Commissioner. I was in touch with Mr. Dempsey earlier via email on a couple of these similar questions. He is correct. My department will be in a difficult position with respect to this article if it was voted down. For the past several years, we have done enforcement on a complaint-driven basis only, and that is due to a number of factors. The state had instituted a new policy in 2018 about collecting taxes. The town itself has been working on a bylaw for probably 2 years now, and for any number of reasons, it has been delayed in getting to town meeting. So the complaint-driven enforcement was what seemed to be working, and there was no real directive, if I could, lack of a better term, from the town or from this body as to how they wanted short-term rentals handled. If tonight they were to vote down short-term rentals, I feel that would put me in a position where I would have to step up enforcement and probably go from a complaint-driven to a proactive type approach. And certainly, as long as I had the available staff and other factors, it is something that I would consider revisiting and taking a more proactive enforcement approach.
Thank you, Representative Vitolo. Who? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Dempsey.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I appreciate you coming back to me. Chris Dempsey, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 6. So I find myself in an uncomfortable position because of that, but I very much appreciate the building commissioner's perspective on it. As someone who has been urging no on this article, I find it too restrictive. I think that there are reasonable uses for single-family homeowners to go away for a few weeks and provide a short-term rental. I don't think that we should only allow it when the homeowner is physically there. I think that's too restrictive. But what I'm understanding is that a no action vote, despite the fact that some of us would urge that or had urged that because this was too restrictive, are in the position of needing to vote yes, I suppose, to see any STRs allowed at all. So it's a bit of a confusing issue. And I guess my final question for you, Mr. Moderator, is there's some, can I make a motion to refer this to a moderators committee or have more deliberation on this so that?
No, not at this point.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Representative Vitolo. I'd entertain a motion to refer, but you really have to get this into the process a little earlier than as you finish up your speech at town meeting. Representative Vitolo.
Mr. Moderator, I am Representative Vitolo, town meeting member at large, and of course, I'm always available by telephone at 617-872-8921. Mr. Moderator, as you know, there is not a single month that is not more than 31 consecutive days. And you also know that there are many two-family homes in Brookline where the owner lives in one side or one floor and rents the other. My question, I suspect, would best be answered by Mr. Bennett is under the status quo and under this bylaw, what happens if in that circumstance, the owner rents the other side on a month-to-month basis? Every single month becomes a short-term rental. And it would seem to fall afoul of this Airbnb proposal because that owner might not, in the case of Article 9, get the town certificate of registration in accordance with 414 and so forth. What do we do about month-to-month rentals, which clearly by definition seem to be short-term rentals in the status quo? And what do we do about month-to-month rentals should these articles pass?
Mr. Bennett?
If the rental was greater than 30 days, then it's permitted under our bylaw. That if the rental was 29 or 30 days, then that would be a short-term rental. They'd violate the zoning bylaw. I'm not sure. I have not discussed with town council, what would happen, if somebody was to try to rent something for multiple rental periods beyond the definition of a short-term rental. I really don't have an answer for that at this point. I would consult with town council and take the necessary enforcement action.
Representative Vitolo.
Just to clarify, does this mean that short-term rentals are not allowed in the month of February, even on leap years?
I don't think it's I think it's 30 consecutive days. So if they would do February and then 2 more days, and they'd be fine.
But in fact, month-to-month rentals don't do that.
I would need a legal opinion, I guess, from town council.
Thank you.
My view is the typical landlord situation where you have somebody that's renting an apartment or a room under the letting of rooms provision of our bylaw, that's permitted as of right, and they are allowed to do that, and it more likely than not goes on all over town. I'm not aware of it because it's something that's permitted as of right. If we have a short-term rental bylaw that defines a specific period of time. And we found that a specific location was violating those time periods, would take the necessary action and look into it. 28, 30, or 31 days on the calendar, that's something I would have to, revisit, take a look at, and consult with town council.
Thank you, Mr. Karen. Okay, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. John Karen, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 12. Briefly, this article discussion reminds me a little bit of Monty Python's spam sketch, where someone walks into a diner and they're trying to order something that doesn't have spam in it, and there aren't any dishes without spam. They're told, well, you can have spam, baked beans, bacon, sausage, and spam. That don't got much spam in it. And Eric Idle's like, but I don't want any spam. There are a number of us who don't want Airbnbs in Brookline, particularly not in multi-unit buildings, even if there's more than 4 units in them, because neighbors shouldn't have to be subjected to that. And I believe in the lead up, the interpretation seemed to be we couldn't regulate them or enforce them unless we adopt a bylaw that allows some of them. What I heard from Mr. Bennett is that's not the case. You can complain now if somebody's running an Airbnb, which is presently illegal. And if this doesn't pass, they'll do their best to proactively enforce. So if you don't believe that we should have Airbnbs, and if you want to protect people in multi-unit buildings, including those with more than 4 units, I think the logical thing is to vote no. Let me add, my condo building already has a prohibition against it, so I'm cool either way. But I sure wouldn't want to have somebody working using an Airbnb in my building or any building I lived in. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Sandman.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mike Sandman, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 3, and Chair of the Advisory Committee. Speaking for myself, although in favor of the Advisory Committee's motion. Mr. Fisher said he didn't want the camel's nose under the tent by legalizing short-term rentals, and I appreciate that sentiment. The camel, however, is already inside the tent, sleeping on the next cot. Prohibition and enforcement to get rid of the camel would be a good idea if the building department had staff, but it doesn't. The proposed regulations would do 2 very important things. It would significantly limit the situations in which owners could offer short-term rentals by ending rentals by absentee owners. The owner has to be present overnight, and they have to sleep with that camel. Equally important, perhaps even more important, it would enable the collection of a fee that would pay for the inspections and enforcement that we currently don't have. For those who say this level of regulation is too strict, listen to your neighbors who don't want any short-term rentals. These articles represent a middle ground. Please support the alternative to unmanaged, unregulated short-term rentals by voting in favor of Articles 9, 10, and 11. Thank you.
Mr. Franco. James.
I'm James Franco, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1. I'm a condo, I live in a condo, and we're concerned about this, although our condominium association is more than 4 units. I'm going to support this because I think there are tensions in any residential community. And there are already so many Airbnb operators in town where neighbors just don't like the tension of turning in someone that they know, live next to. This regulation will give those town residents, they'll have the support of the regulation, so it will be a lot easier to complaint against a neighbor or in those 4-unit or less condominiums, they'll be able to veto the use of or the operation of a short-term rental. The other reason why I'm supporting this is because if we enact these regulations now, then investors who decide that they want to buy condominiums or units in town will have to have their eyes open. We will have regulation. And I think that we can then be somewhat in control of the whole situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burstein.
Mr. Moderator, Michael Burstein, Town Meeting Member Precinct 12. I was wondering if you would be willing to entertain a motion to defer this vote until next Monday?
Oh. In the first place, we don't meet next Monday, but no, I won't. I think we've had a full debate and I see no reason to defer it. Mr. Dempsey? I'm sorry, let me call on Mr. Richmond. We've already heard from Mr. Dempsey once.
Good evening, Clint Richmond, Precinct 6. I just had a couple questions. Given that the short-term rentals are illegal, are we still receiving any fees from them currently? How does that work? Because under state law, I thought we were supposed to get those. But again, I don't know if if they're not legal, I don't know if you can get them. And then 2, it is sort of surprising that we don't have more proactive monitoring of this situation. I guess I'd like to know what is the status of proactive monitoring in the town. If they're illegal, you should be able to go onto the Airbnb site or VRPO or BO and say how many are in Brookline and call them up, say, you know, this is an illegal operation and we should be sending them cease and desist letters. I don't know why we can't get a little more enforcement given what we're doing. I don't know why we have to legalize them in order to prohibit them when they're already prohibited. I mean, I understand there's a cost to this, but it seems that if that's the law, I don't know why we have to legalize it in order to get enforcement. So I guess.
Well, Mr. Richmond, you've heard Mr. Bennett testify that in effect, the constraints in terms of the size of his department require him to limit his department's enforcement activities to responding to complaints instead of being proactive. I think we've already had a full answer to that question. What was your first question about fees?
So even though they're illegal, are they supposed to be giving us any fees from their platform?
Yeah, do we, Mr. Bennett, are we realizing fees from illegal B&Bs?
The fees don't come to the building department, but I believe, yes, even though they are prohibited here in Brookline under our current zoning bylaw, fees are collected. I do not know the number, but I think Melissa Goff may have that answer. But yes, we are collecting the fees, and that was one of the concerns several years back when we talked about creating a new zoning bylaw versus the prohibition. Is are we, conflicted with the state law, which, yeah, I would say currently, yes, we are.
Okay, Ms. Goff?
Good evening, Melissa Goff, Deputy Town Administrator. Yes, I can confirm that the town currently receives, as part of the hotel motel excise tax, revenue from short-term rentals. They are required to register with the state and they are assessed taxes based on that registration. Last year, fiscal 20, we received approximately $490,000.
I'm not going to entertain that motion, but I will entertain a motion to terminate debate. Is there a second to that motion? Okay, I have Mr. Dempsey, Paula Friedman, Mr. Ananian, and Carol Hillman lined up to speak, and no one else that signed up early. So this is motion for the question, Article 9. Requires a 2/3 vote. And the time at the tone is 10:22. We're ready for a vote. This is a motion to terminate debate. Okay, the voting period is commenced. Yes, if you wish to terminate debate and move to a vote. No, if you'd like to hear from further debate on this issue, these issues. You're not going to make it to 12. No, this is it for the evening. All right, the voting period is over. Mr. Jones?
Mr. Moderator, Gary Jones, Precinct 3, votes yes.
Ms. Granoff?
Yes.
And Ms. McNally?
Yes.
And the count was? Motion fails by a vote of 115 in favor, 99 opposed, and 9 abstentions. So I call on Ms. Paula Friedman.
Good evening. I'm Paula Friedman, town meeting member, precinct 14, also a member of the Zoning Bylaw Committee and the Brookline Neighborhood Alliance co-chair. I have written about this on the listserv, but for those of you who may not have read it or may have forgotten some of the points, I just have a few brief points that I want to reiterate. One, this is unenforceable. It doesn't matter what we would like to do. There's just no way to do this. Let me give you an example. If part of the provision of the bylaw is to have the owner present, there's no way that that can be enforced. Even though I believe we have proposed budgeting for an additional building inspector, the only way this will be driven is complaint driven. Just like it is now, it will be in the future. We get revenue from the state, and the state knows that we don't have a provision for short-term rentals in our bylaw, but we still get the money, so they don't care, and we will continue to still get the money. it just is not necessary. It's another burden. The cost of enforcement, even if there were an attempt at enforcement, is not provided for in our budget. So there are many reasons, in addition to all the other ones that you've heard about bylaws and imposing on neighbors and imposing on neighborhoods. I urge you to vote no action on 9. And just for informational purposes, if we do not pass 9, 10 and 11 will become moot. Thank you.
Thank you. I call on Scott Ananian.
Hello, Scott Ananian, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 10. I have to say that I was greatly persuaded by Chris Dempsey's both speech and email to the TMMA list. I also would not like to see Airbnbs banned in town, as it seems that voting no on these articles would do, but I am deeply unsatisfied with the exact parameters that are placed here. Certainly, I had need myself to use month-to-month housing after a home renovation disaster, we'll say, and I didn't know when I would be able to get back into my home. Having those abilities available was invaluable. And looking back on my own history, most of the places that our family sort of scrambled to stay would not be available under the rules proposed in 9, 10, 11. So I would like to move that consideration of this article would be postponed until tomorrow night, Thursday, November 19th, so that a motion to refer, a very straightforward motion to refer, could be drawn up as Chris had suggested. And I think you could take the vote on that motion to postpone to time certain as a proxy vote for how likely the motion to refer would be to succeed tomorrow night.
Well, so the proposal is that we move to postpone further consideration of this article until first thing tomorrow evening, or after we consider Article 13, I believe. It's postponed till tomorrow night. And that in the meantime, a motion for a referral will be made. I think we can accommodate that. Let's go ahead and hear from some more speakers, however, and we'll take that motion when we get to vote, when it's time to vote, and that will be the first motion we'll consider. Mr. Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. And I first, I apologize if I'm not using the correct Robert Rules request, but I just wanted to speak about this issue of referral. These warrant articles have been developed over a 2-year period by the planning department. The town meeting voted in May to defer and refer Attorney Gladstone's warrant article to the planning department. So it's already been referred. They've been developed for 2 years. We've had extensive public hearings by the advisory committee, by the select board, by other boards and commissions. There's been ample time for people to read these. This has not been hidden. It's been out in the light for many, many months. And it does not make sense at all to take a motion for referral, given all the work that the planning department has been doing, the public, the input into the advisory committee and the select board. And I would just encourage that we vote on this tonight. We've been at this for a long time, years. And to take a motion to refer does not make sense to me at all. Thank you.
Well, we wouldn't be taking a motion to refer this evening. We would be voting to defer further consideration until tomorrow night. That is deferring the votes until tomorrow night when a motion for referral could be before us. And those are very good arguments against deferring the voting, and it's not neither a motion, neither a point of order nor a question of privilege, but I'm glad to get those comments on the record. Let's see, Ms. Hillman, I think, is next.
Yes. The host has to unmute me.
You're okay. Go ahead.
The Carol Hillman, town meeting member from Precinct 1. Excuse me. I have a question for Paul or anyone who's on the planning committee. I got a message from a constituent the other day, an elderly woman who told me she needs the income from renting her spare room. And I'm wondering how you handle that when it is an economic matter, and probably this woman cannot pay the fees and the inspections and all of the things that seem to be part and parcel of this. What would you say to that woman who says she needs to do this to be able to stay in her apartment?
Mr. Warren, do you want to handle that?
Sure. Carol, thank you so much for your question. There is nothing in these proposed bylaws that would prevent her from renting a room. In fact, by right, she can take on a long-term lodger, I think at no cost. There's no application fee. And right now, there's no application fee set for applying for a short-term rental. If she is in a condominium association where they're allowed, and she has agreement from her, if she's in a 4-unit or less, she would be able to rent to a short-term tenant if that's her choice. If she lives in a single-family home, she could rent to a short-term rental in her home. So there's not, I don't know the specific situation, but there's nothing in the bylaw that says she can't. So without having more information, it would be difficult to comment on her situation.
All right, I'm now going to call on Marcia Lapson. She is not a town meeting member, but she went through all the necessary rigmarole to participate in the meeting and has been signed up for some time. And I'm going to give her priority over the balance of the town meeting members who wish to speak. Ms. Lapson, L-A-P-S-O-N.
Am I unmuted?
Yes.
Marcia Lapson, Precinct 3, longtime Stearns Road resident. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. With the passage of Article 9, residential streets will become rezoned as residential commercial to allow for short-term rentals. Short-term rentals are 24-hour, for-profit, overnight businesses operating from private homes. Agencies send the customers. They have no connection or investment in the neighborhoods where they are booked. Arrival may be at any time of day or night. Any licensed owner-occupant may operate an STR under these articles. Depending upon a resident's proximity to a neighbor, the impact of these articles will range from none to serious negative intrusion. Residents of single-family houses are unlikely to experience any untoward effects. For residents of streets like mine, the potential for negative impact is significant. This zoning change, along with its regulations, negatively targets certain populations. Approximately 30% of Brookline homes are multifamily. These houses tend to be close together. My street, Stearns Road, is an example, a short dead-end block of 2-family homes. Houses are close to the street, separated from the next house by a driveway. We are an established neighborhood. Owners and tenants who move to Stearns Road stay for lifetimes. We're used to a lot of foot traffic, owners and tenants and families on their way to the Lawrence School. They are all familiar to us. The key word here is familiar. This is where we live. Article 9 would allow for 7 short-term rental owner-operators on our block, each accommodating up to 4 customers per night, 90 days or 45 weekends a year. They would require daytime and overnight parking. Some neighbors fear our loss of the overnight parking ban. One disruptive STR in an abutting house becomes an assault upon our quality of life. This zoning change is likely to have disruptive results. Article 10, the regulations, attempts to mitigate the issues which will arise from this mixed-use zoning change. Most of these rules address the operators, and most will be unenforced and unenforceable. Neighbors would be expected to police neighbors. There are no regulations which can predict or address the unforeseen circumstances arising from these articles. There are no rules to prevent the changes in atmosphere that introducing businesses to residential streets will likely create. We can only speculate about the unintended consequences. How introducing transients to our neighborhood will affect our comfort level. This may sound rather extreme and alarmist, but upending the balance of a neighborhood can change its character. I hope we would all agree that destabilizing neighborhoods is a bad thing. Could any of us ever have imagined when we bought our houses that Brookline would change the zoning of your street, my street, to residential commercial? I liken the passage of 9 and 10 to creating an unending, irreversible experiment with residents as subjects. And this is an experiment. Will real estate agents be required to disclose the zoning change to prospective buyers or prospective tenants?
You have 1 minute.
The STR challenges deserve to be studied by a spectrum of town residents with a variety of perspectives. Is not that the way our town usually addresses the issues like this one? This is not Brookline's last chance to get it right. We can try again. Please vote no action.
Thank you, Mr. Toffel, sorry.
My questions have been answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Levine.
Hi,
L-E-V.
Megan Levine. Go ahead. It's Levene. Megan Levine, town meeting member, precinct 3. First of all, I just wanted to say I support Scott Ananian's proposal, and I hope others will when we have a chance to vote on it. Secondly, I had a question. Actually, first, I just wanted to say that I was speaking with neighbors in my building. I live on Sewell Ave, and I wasn't even aware that we actually have some units in the building being rented out as Airbnbs. And they said the most disruptive thing are the units that are right next to them or right across the hall from them, which brings me to the question of how did we select the room share units or the units that are a room with the owner present as the way to move forward? It seems like those might be the most disruptive type as opposed to a standalone house. So I'm wondering if somebody from the planning department could just tell me that. And also whether the intention is to eventually amend these articles to include additional types of Airbnb formats.
Mr. Warren.
Yes, so I'm not going to show my video. I have my son again. So to answer the first question, why was the room share the one that was included? That was because the articles are calling for the owner to be present during the rental. And the reason for that is that the most complaints come from multi-unit buildings where the owner is not present. And so having the owner present is an actual way to help with enforcement and also to help with reduced nuisance.
You know, I've been thinking about this deferral, and I really don't see any reason why we just can't. We've had a full debate on these issues, and I think we can deal with a motion to refer from the floor, which would be voted on first this evening. And Mr. Ananian, would you like to tell us what you have in mind for a deferral motion?
Yeah, I think I would defer to Chris Dempsey if he wants to craft the motion, but I believe what Chris was proposing was to refer the matter of warrant articles 9, 10, 11 to a moderator's committee. And implicitly, this would be a directive to the building commissioner to not to change his current enforcement until that committee reports or until further action is taken by town meeting.
Well, that's a little bit complicated. So the motion would be to refer the subject matter of
warrant articles 9, 10, and 11 to a moderator's committee with the understanding that current enforcement of Airbnb would not change until the committee reports.
All right, so the referral motion would be to refer the subject matter of Articles 9 to 11 to a moderator's committee with the understanding that current enforcement would not change until the committee reports. I think I'll allow that referral motion, and who's that? Oh, Mr. Warren? Mr. Warren? Mr. Goldstein?
I just moved to add to that motion that the moderators committee would report at the next town meeting.
At the
regular town meeting.
Doesn't give the moderators committee a heck of a lot of time to deal with all of this.
Well, as has been pointed out, this has been pending already for a couple of years now. I wouldn't want to see it delayed any longer.
All right. So it's to report to town meeting prior to the 2021 annual town meeting.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll accept that. Mr. Miller? Mr. Dempsey?
Mr. Moderator, thank you. Chris Dempsey, Town Meeting Member Precinct 6. Would you allow me to just have one more chance to state some of the confusion on this? I've received 6 or 7 emails and 4 or 5 text messages from fellow town meeting members over the last 25 minutes, all stating confusion about whether to vote no or yes and what we're voting on. And if you would give me 2 minutes, I have a brief written statement about, I think, where the confusion lies that I understand is frustrating for you, but I think will help explain some things.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So typically in town meeting, when we vote no action, we get the status quo. But in this article, if we vote no action, we get a change in the status quo, because we learned tonight that enforcement will change from being reactive to being proactive. And that was not included in our meeting materials that I'm aware of. It only came up in the meeting tonight because I emailed the building commissioner. We also learned tonight from Representative Vitolo's question that either a yes or a no vote puts the building commissioner in the position of prohibiting month-by-month rentals, which are very common in town, when they occur in the month of February, which only has 28 days and thus is defined as a short-term rental. The confusion on this article is evident in that you are hearing opponents speak against this article because the article is too strict, and other opponents speaking against it because it's too permissive. So there's a lot of confusion. We heard from Mr. Warren about the vast amount of meetings and materials that led to this Warren article, but 2 points contradict that statement. The first is that we haven't been at this particular version of the motion for 2 years. What came out of the staff planning work was actually a much different article, and it was narrowed over time through the advisory committee process. And the second is that if the vetting on this article has been so thorough and we've been through so many meetings and figured all this out, then how do we overlook the fact that it would effectively ban month-by-month rentals in the month of February? And how did we only learn tonight via the question of the commissioner that no action would actually mean a change in the status quo? So with that, I urge my fellow town meeting members to support Scott Anadian's motion with Mr. Goldstein's amendment to that motion to defer so that we can have more conversation on this and clarify for everybody what this vote is at the next town meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller?
Okay, I was trying to unmute. I was just allowed to unmute. Bob Miller, Precinct 8. I have 2 points. One of them actually was just made by Mr. Dempsey. I would like to support Mr. Ananian's motion to have this referred to committee for 2 reasons. One of them being that we did not know over a 2-year period that by voting no action, we would be changing this to be a proactive enforcement situation. The other is that I may have been remiss in my attention to this matter over the last 2 years, but it seems to me that a huge group of residents and owners in Brookline have been completely ignored in this, in that anybody with a condominium, or I assume maybe even, I'm not sure how it would relate to an apartment renter, but a homeowner or a condo owner who would like to take a 2-week trip to visit a relative or perhaps go on a vacation could not use their unit to do that. And it seems to me that there are other ways to keep it from becoming an industry by saying that you could not do more than X number of weeks during a 6-month or a 12-month period, which would prohibit people from buying a condo in order to just keep renting it out. So I'm surprised that, you know, as somebody who owns my home, I couldn't help to fund a trip to visit a family member by renting out my unit for a week or 2 weeks in order to do that. So I would vote for having this go to a committee to take a look at those issues, the ones that have been raised by Mr. Dempsey as well as the ones that I've raised.
Mr. Bennett?
Good evening, Dan Bennett, Building Commissioner. I just wanted to clarify 2 things. Mr. Dempsey mentioned no action. And my comment on the change in enforcement would, the enforcement mechanism would change if the bylaw failed. And I'm not sure if that's no action. So I want to just clarify that if this was put off to a moderators committee or delayed for some other reason, I would maintain the status quo. But if this body, town meeting, chose to say short-term rentals are prohibited, that's when my enforcement would change. And on the second thing, with respect to 28 days in February, I can assure everyone that I have never taken any enforcement action on any place in town because it's short of a 30-day criteria. So just want to clarify those 2 points.
Okay, the question has been called once again. Motion for the question. Is there a second? Okay, I have the following people signed up through the chat monitor to speak. Mr. Milner Braga, Mr. Warren, Ms. Roberts, Mr. Lowe, Mr. Van Scoyac, Mr. Richmond, Mr. Rodreo, and Mr. Selwyn. And it is Mr. Lowe.
Sorry, the muting is confusing. Perhaps it's a question. I'm sorry, I wanted to type it out quickly.
Who are you?
David Lowe, Precinct 11. I am confused. I thought we were going to vote to defer or refer. Does calling the question mean we're voting on the
No.
original?
Calling the question means you're terminating debate. If debate is terminated, we will proceed to the referral motion before we vote on anything else. If the referral motion passes, that will conclude our proceedings under Articles 9 through 11. If it fails, then we will vote on Article 9 and then 10 and 11.
Okay.
Is that clear enough?
Thank you.
Mr. Richmond, do you have a question?
Thank you very much for indulging me, Mr. Moderator. I just want to clarify, if we vote no on the referral and no on the main motions, then STRs will remain illegal and enforcement will increase, correct? I just want to provide guidance, which I don't think Mr. Dempsey did in that scenario.
That is what I've heard from the building commissioner, yes. Okay, we are now, this is motion for the question. Okay, the voting period is commenced. Yes, if you want to terminate debate. No, if you don't. And abstain if you're abstaining. Voting period is over. Mr. Jones?
Mr. Moderator,
Granoff?
Gary Jones, Precinct 3, votes yes.
Ms. Granoff?
Yes.
And Ms. McNally?
McNally, yes.
And the count was?
190 yes, 24 no, 6 abstentions.
Motion to terminate debate carries by a vote of 193 in favor, 24 opposed, and 6 abstentions. So to review the voting sequence, we will vote first on Mr. Ananian Gladstone's motion to refer, which I'll craft for you in just a moment. If that passes, we will entertain a motion to adjourn, and that will dispose of Articles 9 through 11. If it fails, then we will vote on Article 9. If that passes, we will then vote on 10 and 11. If it fails, that will end our proceedings for this evening. So the referral motion is to refer the subject matter of Articles 9 through 11 to a moderator's committee to report to town meeting prior to the 2021 annual town meeting, with the understanding that current enforcement would not change until the report is issued. So this is motion to refer Article 9. And the majority vote, by the way, will pass the motion to refer. Okay, the voting period is underway. Yes, if you want to refer these matters to a moderator's committee. No, if you want to go ahead and vote on them, and abstain if you're abstaining. Mr. Jones?
Mr. Moderator, Gary Jones, Precinct 3, votes yes.
And Ms. Granoff?
Yes.
Ms. McNally?
McNally, no.
And the vote is?
163 yes, 56 no, 5 abstention.
Motion carries by a vote of 165 in favor, 57 opposed, and 5 abstentions. Well, Mr. Gladstone has a question of privilege.
Yeah, I hate to be a stickler, but just for the record, that would be the Ananian Goldstein motion. It can't be mine because of my client's situation. Mr. Goldstein is a cousin of mine, literally, not just because we're from the tribe, but it's an important distinction nonetheless.
I'm sorry, we'll characterize it as such. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that puts the onus on the moderator to appoint a moderator's committee, and I will welcome suggestions from all of you as to your willingness and desire to serve on such a committee, or your recommendations on who ought to be serving. So, and I'll attend to this as soon as we finish town meeting, if we ever do. I will now entertain a motion to adjourn town meeting until 7 o'clock tomorrow evening. It is moved. Is it seconded? All right, we have to have an adjournment vote, so this is motion to adjourn. Not a recorded vote. All right, the voting period is underway. we really have to adjourn because we've run out of voting capacity in our Zoom system. So please vote to adjourn. And besides, it's 11 o'clock. All right, Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones votes yes. Ms. Granoff?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes,
Ms.
Mr. Moderator.
Okay.
Yes.
And Ms. McNally? What's the
Yes,
count?
McNally.
What's the count?
209 yes, 2 no, 2 abstentions.
All right, motion to adjourn carries by a vote of 211 to 2. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Town meeting is adjourned until 7 o'clock tomorrow evening.